Okay, looks like YouTube's online. Sorry about that for people over there. Okay. Oh, wow. Wow. I don't know what I did here on JP, but we get a really How's it going, everybody? Here's today's sauce. Will, thank you for the 34. Appreciate it. Hello, JC. I hope you guys are doing good today. It is the start of my 4-day weekend. So, that means I get to relax. I get to have some barbecue with the folks. Actually, no, I'm sorry. We're not having barbecue. We're actually having homemade tacos, which could be construed as barbecue, but it is what it is. But this is the 90++ node on JP. And I've messed up because I don't know how, but instead of taking a support Castoria, I have taken, a support comma, I have taken a support. No, I took a support comma instead of taking a support Scotty, which is what I meant to do. So I don't know what the heck I'm going to do here. I hope this is a strong one. It's an MP3 at least, so we've got that going for us. Let's go ahead and abuse it while we can. I have MP3 button Toria, nice. I probably should pre-card, but whatever. We're gonna go for the loop because I'm gonna need all the refund I can get. Wood, thank you for the 29. Summer is whale season for gacha players. So many swimsuits, indeed. You're taking tomorrow off, correct? Yes, tomorrow I will not be live. I figured having the free day was a good idea. And it's really funny because one of my viewers messaged me and basically said, hey, make sure you take time off if you need to. And I was like, yeah. Why don't we go ahead and abuse this? You know what? I'm just going to try to card. I don't think it's going to work too well, but... Well... We might have it. We did. Now I'm glad I didn't waste the NP. So the real problem I've got here is... Do I get everybody killed doing this the old-fashioned way? And I think I don't. I think I abuse this so that I can come out the gate hitting even harder. So we're just going to try to milk this, basically. We're going to leave the stupid shark alone because he's dumb and bad and easy to kill. We're going to stagger cards here. Get the free Mighty Chain. And basically, yes. We're just abusing this for turn cooldowns is what we're doing. Because again, the shark's going to spend half his time buffing himself. He doesn't actually hit that hard. So we're literally going to just cheese him for a little bit here. Minos, thank you. Oh, damn, I actually killed him. Holy crap. I did not think the triple quick chain would. Minos, thank you for the 64. Hope you're doing well. In chat, can we get some love? For one of the channel's longest subs. Nope. I did not figure out which one I'm going for. When does any start for global? It's probably going to start at midnight Saturday evening. At least East Coast time, right? It'll be like 9 West Coast time. But we have the panel at like 10:30 a.m. East Coast time on Saturday. So Unfortunately, I just assume it's not going to actually like be there for us until reset, but we still don't have, as far as like last time I checked, we still don't have an actual confirmation of the stream date, but I will be up to cover it with you guys, barring some sort of unforeseen circumstance. This is technically a free NP. And I think we're gonna abuse it. Well, you know what? Nah, we're gonna abuse it in a different way. So we're just gonna focus here, and we're basically, I'm not gonna deal a ton of damage because I'm not gonna have any buffs, but we're gonna go ahead and use this to get Bazette's full chain off. I do still have Scotty's on the back end, so it's not that concerning. Okay. We're going to go ahead and do one of those. Then we're going to do one of these. And I'm not going to give her the arts up. I'm just debating right now if I want to actually pop Castorius and P or not. I think we hold on to it. LO, thank you for the 44. Like I said, I have no idea how this happened, but I must have like fat fingered the servant selection on support. Oh my god, the side shark is still alive. Oh no, sorry, it's not a shark, it's a samurai. Did Waver get a buff? No. Yeah, he's just on rate up. Literally gonna swap that. And then, let's see, how can I handle this? Let's do it like that. So we're going to let Scotty pre-card here, take out the samurai, do the taunt. She should be protected from Castoria's invincibility. And she at least has one Scotty buff now. Plus, Voyager literally has like his crit buff up. So, yeah, I was going to say he should attack for all 3 attacks. Okay. Now it gets a little bit spicier from here. And that's because she could actually be killed. So I think... Oh, damn. Yeah, I can't not take that. It's gonna kill just regardless of the NP. Just send it. Yeah, I should have just done the brave. Okay, so 9 turn. Pretty good considering I didn't take the support that I wanted and got a damage unit instead. So I'm okay with that. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to 3-turn this one, especially if you didn't roll the unit. So the problem that I'm having at this current point in time is that basically, just one, not a lot of people actually have a Summer Scotty up. And 2, if you didn't roll that unit, trying to 3-turn is kind of annoying. So, Voyager just explode into like 30 drops? Yeah. So, we're going to go ahead and, again, I've talked about this before. I actually really like utilizing Castoria. in a Scotty comp like this because she just gives a free like defense, especially for this first enemy here. I'm gonna go ahead and pop everything. I really don't have much in the way of good cards here. Finished Oku the other day, so I have to ask, what do you think of Oku's story? I like Oku's story. I don't have any major issues with it. I think the only issue I might have with it is just how long it can drag on, but that's more due to the event's design than anything else. Did he? Okay, so he can still live. That is beyond bad. So I hadn't had that outcome yet, and there's not much I can do. So this is already just scuffed beyond all recognition. So we're literally just going to abuse the triple arts here because I'm going to need all the charge I can get, as I will literally run out here as of this turn. At that point, I think we take the same approach that we took last time, and we are going to just straight up attempt to farm this wave, use it to abuse cooldowns. So we're going to try not to kill the shark here. And now I have 3 turns that I need to wait, but I'm not going to get that. I'll do that, and he's probably going to die to the quick card, but it is what it is. Well, all of her buffs fell off, so I should be okay. Quit and start over? Nah, I mean, it's not worth the 40 AP, right? Okay, perfect. We actually got 2 whole turns out of him. And he didn't even really mess with Bazette, so that is actually ideal. Chat, this is the rare Mighty Chain. This might look to you like the old NP gain chain. The reality is this is the best Star Generation Mighty Chain. So we're doing that just so that if we have the opportunity, we can go on wave 3 here. And now we get everything back, which is the ideal outcome. We do have at least 2 cards, which is unfortunate because one of the ways that I can handle this is if I only get, like, say, 1 Bazette card, for instance, is that I can straight up just choose to, and I think I'm just going to have Bazette weather the storm here, but I can straight up just choose to NP with one of the Summer Scotties and have them take out the wave, and then not have to worry about anybody else getting any actions other than Voyager. But when you actually have the cards, it's better to just go ahead and card Voyager out. Everybody's buffing except Voyager, which is annoying because Voyager himself will buff. Okay, I get no cards this turn. So I think this time around we actually go for it. I'm going to target the leftmost enemy. You're an NP1, mine's an NP1. Neither one appears to be better. I know mine's maxed. I don't know if the one that I took is maxed. So we'll literally go with that. And then probably the Buster card. Because the rider might live. Actually, both might live, but maddening, I see. Hello, Angora. Hello, everybody. I hope everyone's having a good day. Wow, that was way less than the one I had before. So one I had before an NP5? That's intriguing. Or it may have just been because I did not... Yeah, that might have been it, actually. Oh, gotta love that he got the sure hit through the dodge. Okay, now I'm actually kind of in trouble. I do at least have a full chain here. So I think we just send it. Especially because I'm about to lose all the quick buffs. And we're going to get the job done. That ended up being a 9 turn as well. And that was sort of the ideal. That got especially bad because I didn't turn 1 the first dude. Normally it's not this bad. I don't know. I'm just trying to think about like what else I could do. I could probably try to like 3-turn this with Cuckoo. And that may be the better option at this point. So let's go ahead and let's see if I can do that. Because that is just not consistent at all. Average Bizette farming enjoyer? Yeah. I mean, that's the problem with it, right? Like, and I want it to be consistent, but if it's not going to be, then fuck it. Come on, someone's got to have, yes, okay. At least we have an MLB of the drops on Koyanskaya there. Wait, sorry, that's Pretender. I need Foreigner. And then Cuckoo. And my Cuckoo be NP2. Actually, I don't remember my Cuckoo being NP2. Oh, no, I think I got a second copy with the GSSR. So that's actually going to help quite a bit, because the 300k dude right at the beginning is... he kind of rough. That's all I can say about him. Okay, now hopefully I get something. Tetsuan Cuckoo, yes. Can't even use Berserkers because of random Voyager Way 3. Well, the reason they stuck a Foreigner in there is because, again, it incentivizes you using an alter ego. And that's what I was trying to do. I've tried at least 3 different alter ego combinations on that, and I was just having no luck. So, to me, this just ends up being the way to go. Okay. Yeah, we're just going to do the normal buff, and then I'm going to do the super enhanced version there. Oh boy. Well, I have all the Buster cards, so I guess we send it. I have literally all of her Buster cards. Time to seal? No, it's all good. I don't have MLB of the CE. Although, wait. Do I not have Cuckoo's a pen done? Wow, that still doesn't kill. Holy shit, this opening guy is a dick. Like... he is a fucking dick. So let's see here. Yeah, we're gonna have to abuse Cuckoo charge. Wave 1 sucks. It does. It is nasty. Let me go look at him. He should be demonic. I have no idea what his trait is. Because Cuckoo is super effective Earth, so he's probably not Earth at that point. Let's card him out. Just swap between Vitch. I mean, I could do that for Charge King, but I don't have the damage right now. That's the nutty thing about this. And so part of it is like I'm just sitting here and stalling. Where's this 90 plus plus? This is the new event on JP. Oh my god, I went into the banner instead. Wow, it just loves giving me all three of Cuckoo's cards in the same fucking turn. Which is like, it's not the worst thing in the world. It would have actually helped. It means I did the best possible that I could have done against the opening enemy, which is wild to me that it still came in that low with an NP2 pretty buffed Cuckoo. Have you tried an OG Okitan comp? I have not, but I don't have a strong Okitan on JP. So I just kind of assumed that she wouldn't work. I could certainly go try, but I still feel like it's probably going to be the same outcome. Like the issue here is like you either have the you basically either have the bonus servant in the event because there's no damage CE. The bonus roster is exceedingly small. So you either have the bonus unit or you have Tiamat. And I really just feel like that's it. That's all that works here. And I don't like that. I don't think that's well designed. Okay, does fandom just not have it yet? I mean, I guess I can't be too angry. It did come out this morning, but it also came out this morning. So it's been a while. Tiamat MP1 or need multiple copies? Don't know. This is one of the more annoying ones I've encountered. And I've talked about it before that, like, this is where it happens usually. It's, hey, we do a 90 plus plus, and we still give it health values as if there is a damage CE. But then there's not, which means that the only source of additional damage is bonus units in the event. And the bonus roster for this event is trash. Like, there's just not a lot of units that get actual extra damage here. Is the new alter ego even AoE? Yeah. And the new alter ego's good. He's a black grail looper. She'd probably struggle a little bit with this node because, again, it's a 1-2-3 setup. So even in that regard, it's not exactly incentivized for them, but it should work. Man, I'm just more worried about Cuckoo getting bodied by follow-up attacks from Voyager there. Gonna go ahead and let it play out, not super buffer with Oberon, because I have no idea how much damage I need. Oh my god, come on, game. MLB Black Grail and Ioko. Yeah, but to me that's not worth it at that point. Like if I'm gonna start reducing my craft essences, I'm just not gonna 3-turn. Because again, there's no real like big need where it's like, oh man, I gotta 3-turn. At that point, it's just like whatever. I'd rather run max bonus. I'm just trying to think if there's some way that I can handle the opening enemy. We do have damage bonus with mushroom mancer. I think I'm just gonna be doing 90 plus. You don't have to. I think a lot of people will do plus plus, but like, yeah. It's definitely a thing. Yeah, gray. Ooh, gray. 300k NP1. That is so freaking much. And she's only a 30% damage bonus. Yeah, Kentucky is probably the better one at that point. Hey, plus ain't worth it to Lotto. Well, hold on, chat. Hold on. Hear me out. Why not? Think about it. Are you limited on your time? If you're limited on your time, then yeah, I agree. 90 plus plus is not worth. If you're not, why do you care if it takes you 4 or 5 turns instead? Right? In my case, it's not taking me 4 or 5, it's taking me even more. But the point that I'm trying to make here is like, you don't have to 3 turn an event one unless it's a lotto one. And that one, I mean, you can argue whether or not you have to 3 turn a lotto one, but I'm going to tell you at that point, you should step down because time is the essence for most people in a lotto. But the rest of them, no, you really don't have to 3 turn. And that's actually how I increase my efficiency and get done with events faster. I'd rather take one more turn on wave 1 on 90 plus to make sure waves 2 and 3 go faster. You'd rather take one more turn on wave 1 in 90 plus. You mean plus plus? Because otherwise I don't understand the logic there. Plus plus. Okay. Yeah, I was like, hold on. I was like, why would you step down and take longer? At that point, yeah, that's not worth. But let me see here. Yeah, I don't have Kentucky on the server. Yeah, the dickish thing here too is the dude's a writer. Opening wave is just nasty. And see, chat, there's your bonus, not including Cuckoo, right? Like, there's your bonus units. Thoughts on the third ascension? I've seen it. I know nothing about it. I've just seen it. So like, I don't actually have thoughts to input on it. Hmm. This node almost seems designed for the gacha unit. It is. It's not, it seems. It is. They've done this before. And I'm okay with them designing a node for the gacha unit. This node seems decidedly against anyone other than the gacha unit. And the only exception to that is Tiamat, because Tiamat is just crazy broken. Who wants to roll before whoever the anti unit is? I mean, that's always the case, though, chat. That's not like some new conspiracy. Mm. Whoa. Maybe the one here isn't Earth, because Taioki is supposed to be Earth traded. That's the opening Oni. And like that should have meant that the damage that got dealt there by Cuckoo was super effective. Which is like the fact that it still did that little is like, god damn. I could use Mama Reiko potentially, but not at the same time because Berserker. Does attribute affect damage? Yes. Nibbles, thank you for the 12 months. Jack, can we get some love for the 1 year? Appreciate it, my man. Well, it's Rider too, remember, right? Like it's not like you're facing an enemy that Cuckoo's actually effective against. Yeah, it feels like unless you're actually running something like Black Grail, your people just do not have the damage. Try taking a big Tezca. My Tezca's only NP1 and he's not damage bonus. He ain't scraping that. Like Gray is maybe the only other person I have that I could see potentially tapping that, but I don't know about that. If it were his Berserker version, it would be a lot easier. But because it's a writer version, I like it cuts off so many possibilities because they just made him not be Berserker. Because he's giant, he's super large, like you could exploit quite a bit against him. I have to work tomorrow. You in tech, Earn? I feel like a lot of the tech people are working tomorrow. If I had Huyan Zhou, maybe, but wait, no, sorry, Huyan Zhou is demonic. Well, 50% power mod. Try Sojiro for wave 1. That's an idea. Might get him to kill himself. I mean, he's still got to have enough to actually be able to kill, but what about Draco? Would she work here? No, because it's not a servant. Maybe Bazette? I mean, I did use Bazette, but the problem is even a fully buffed Bazette can fail to kill, which is fucking wild. Try the Gray comp. I don't think Gray's gonna do 300k out the gate. That's the problem. She's only 30% damage bonus. So I feel like the solution here is a single target. Train of Dark. He's not considered wild beast. So while you could use Earth super effective, she's not herself effective against it. She's not damage bonus. And she doesn't really get anything other than the fact that that he's Earth. Sojiro hits for 400k, but depends on the setup. Yeah, that's the problem, is I would need to buff him. You got seat 9? No, not on JP. Yeah, I want to see my alter egos. There they are. And just assume they're all in P1. Like, Oki-Tan would actually be pretty good for the final wave. Because she is, wait, she's anti-sky, isn't she? Or am I misremembering? I'm misremembering. Oh, no, she is. It's on her first skill. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking it was a charge skill. Cad does not have Tiamat? No, and to be fair, I have not needed Tiamat prior to this. But using Santa Martha as a support for your DPS. Problem is getting her out of the party. Just heard about the new Madoka Magica game. Do you think FGO will have the same treatment? Wait, there's a new Madoka? I saw some people talking about Madoka today. I didn't realize that's why. Could Miss Crane help with the first guy? Probably, but I also don't have Miss Crane on JP. Can you borrow a good seat and maybe? Steam client? Wait, what about the Steam client? I'm confused. New Madoka game that looks like a Star Rail ripoff? That doesn't make any sense. The Star Rail itself is already a ripoff. It is a Steam client. Okay. Can I post the link? Sure, go for it. That was Genshin and Zelda. No, I don't think you can call Zelda the ripoff, considering Zelda predates most modern games by like at least a decade. You can see if you can borrow a fat alter ego from someone. Um, the problem with that is it can't be Buster at that point. I might be able to get it to work with the. It's not a bad idea. The actual event unit. Well, I don't have the stuff right now anyway, so we shall revisit that. But I think I could actually potentially do it. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like in a weird way, well, I'm sure people like Madoka. In a weird way, like nothing about the visual aesthetics of the franchise look appealing to me. It feels like it's a kid's cartoon, right? Like, and I say this as somebody that watches anime. It feels like it's made for like 5-year olds. And don't get me wrong, I understand it has way more adult and dark undertones, but like that's kind of what's off-putting to me about it. Like it's the type of series that I don't want to be caught dead liking. And listen, I got nothing against people that like Madoka. If you guys want to like it, that's perfectly fine. It's just that's how it has always seemed to me. Is like, yeah, I don't want to like pay attention to this. That's the point. The styling hides the undertones. Yeah, I get that. It's just like I feel like if you show that to a normie, they're just gonna immediately think you're a pedophile. And so I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I'm good. That's like I don't need to partake in that one. Isn't Madoka a subversion? Yes. Yeah, the entire point behind it is like, oh, it's cute magical girls. Everything is fine and dandy, and it's not. that quite literally is what they're going for with it. Most magical girl shows are dark. They have dark elements, but they usually aren't as dark as something like Madoka. I actually don't like Shaft as a studio, but Madoka is really good IMO. Yeah, like I said, to me, it's another one of those deals where it's like I understand why people like it. It's just not for me. Pre Madoka has dark magical girl shows to some extent. Yeah. Madoka's one of the first like animes that I can remember that did quote unquote a rug pull where like you got in there and then you were like, oh, like several episodes in, and you were just like, oh man, this came in and it blindsided me. I never expected this, right? Speaking of Koyanskaya of Dark Chat, it's literally who I'm using on NA. Sailor Moon gets real dark late. Yeah, I think that's like where they realize that they need to kind of like spice the show up, right? The history behind it is interesting and how they subverted expectations. Yeah. And I feel like you can do that with a show, but you have to understand that it's going to be polarizing and that like some people just out the gate are not going to like it. It doesn't mean that like that it's a bad idea for a show. But for instance, like I'm someone that normally doesn't like rug pulls. Uh because a lot of why I watch certain shows is because of the interest I have in them. And so if that interest is subverted, if it's not what it originally appeared to be, I probably don't like have the interest anymore. So I have had shows that have done that to me before, and I've actually just stopped watching them at the turning point. Rafrizin, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How about Penguin Drum? I can't say I've ever watched that one. Cad couldn't get into Oshi. I could not. Oshi no Ko, the problem with Oshi no Ko, and don't get me wrong, right? Like, I know that this is not what the entire show is about. I know that there is a rug pull, and that the premise of the first episode, while it impacts all the later episodes, is not what the show is about. But I simply did not like a lot of the tones going on in Oshi no Ko. So for me, finding out that basically you have somebody that lives a very indulgent and like what's the word I'm looking for here? Yeah, I think I can say it. Harmful life. Their entire life is a fucking lie. And then they basically get, like, killed by a fan. But they were okay telling lies the whole time and wanted to keep that going. Is like, that is the epitome of what I don't like about VTubing. It's where I'm okay with VTubing and where I'm going to be becoming a VTuber is because I feel comfortable in my own skin and I feel like I can become a fictitious character that is not wholly different from who I am. But watching people sit there and use it to tell a lie and keep stringing people along with that lie is one of the things I do not like about that side of things. I don't think that's good, and I don't think that should ever be glorified or incentivized. And you could say that it's not because of what happens in the show, but the problem with it is that the main character glorifies it in a very charismatic way before the negative stuff happens. And I feel like it just further kind of accentuates that mentality of like, yeah, it's totally okay to lie to your fans and everything like that. And I don't think that's good. I literally do not like that. And so because of that, I could not get through the first episode and I just didn't watch the show. So I probably didn't give it enough of a chance, but it's one of those deals where I feel like I was never going to be able to because of the initial idea of what it was about. Yeah. Yeah, and I get that. I get that it actually is meant to sort of like be a cautionary tale to an extent, but also at the same time, the story basically follows around the kids that want to be just like mom, that basically keep going deeper into that industry. And like I said, to me, it ends up glorifying it instead of actually being a true cautionary tale. Do you like the current hunting quest? I don't think it's terrible. Why? You can learn to like stuff. Yeah, you can. So in a weird way, chat, if you have all the time in the world and you're open-minded, by all means, you should definitely try to like learn to like stuff and give stuff a chance, because it'll broaden your horizons and it'll give you more stuff to do rather than being bored. That is not me. I always have way too many shows to watch, way too many shows to catch up on, way too many like needs for my time, that if a show is even in the slightest way off-putting to me, I basically just put it down and keep watching the things that aren't off-putting to me. So in a weird way, you could say it makes me like this like ultra critic where like I just don't give stuff a chance. But the reality is just simply that I don't have the time to waste on something that is, at least from my perspective, middling or, like I said, off-putting. I'm only going to watch the good stuff. Only the things that scratch the itches that I need scratched. And beyond that, it's like it's just not even worth my time. Are you gonna watch the Girl anime? I'll give it a chance. And that's the thing. I usually do start out by giving most shows a chance. I still try to keep an open mind and to try to watch as many shows as I can fit in within reason. But there's definitely a hard point at which I just go like, I'm sorry, I don't have the time for this. So we can't force Cad to watch tokusatsu shows like Kamen Rider then? You might be able to. You got to find some way to like get me into it. Some reason for me to like it. Because at the beginning of it, I don't necessarily like it, right? Like just because, and I'm not going to say that I dislike it, but just because I'm like neutral with the whole like Sentai slash Power Rangers slash, again, you know, Kamen Rider type of like transformable heroes and stuff. I get what it's about. I understand that. It's your typical like shonen type of trope where it's like you're following around the hero's doing a bunch of stuff, but now, you know, in the case of like, you know, some like Power Rangers, for instance, you have multiple heroes. And that's okay. But ultimately, end of the day, I have to, one, empathize with the character, two, probably find you know, like some sort of love interest or something in there. Some sort of like goal for the character to be striving for, and the goal can't be dumb. It has to be something that I also would like empathize with. Think a Saberface in a Kamen Rider suit, got it? Yeah, I mean that would work. Straight up. Sex appeal is a big reason to watch a show. And people will try to claim that it's like, no, sex appeal is a big reason to watch a show. I feel like that's just being truthful with you guys. People said that never watched a magical girl show. Yeah, I mean, like I said, to me, Madoka is just like it has a rug pull moment where it suddenly hits you in the face with all the dark shit. But all these magical girl shows all have dark undertones because they kind of have to, right? Like it's pure innocent girls that transform and they're fighting some sort of like evil, right? So there's got to be some sort of peril, some sort of like again, darkness that they have to be combating. I'm going to say something a bit controversial, but I didn't really like Konosuba. I found it really repetitive and kind of boring. I wouldn't say it's very repetitive. I mean, I would say I would question how much of it you watched if you found it repetitive, but it is what it is, right? Like if you don't like that style, that's perfectly fine. Like, and again, I think this is an interesting thing to me that I feel like a lot of people can't get. Just because somebody else doesn't like something, it's not the end of the world. People can't accept that nowadays, but it's really the truth of the matter, right? Like, and so I don't mind as long as people are like reasonably respectful with it. As long as everything you're saying is your opinion and you're not sitting there just trying to trash the show. Like, for instance, like I said, everything I said about Madoka, everything I said about like Oshi no Ko, that's just my opinion. I don't, one, expect anyone else to empathize with me on that. I don't expect anybody else to share that opinion. And I'm perfectly okay with other people liking it. Because I don't have an axe to grind. It's really not a like, I hate this show and I hate everyone that watches it. Like, I don't care, right? If people want to watch it, they can. Konosuba is good but overrated? I mean, I don't think it is. I think Konosuba is one of the best comedies out there. But again, if it's not your cup of tea, that's perfectly fine. And that's why I'm trying to say that. It's like, I don't really have any issue if somebody doesn't like Konosuba. We must all think the same of all shows and interests. Yeah. If they don't agree they're wrong, they must be fixed. But I assume the reason, Levon, that you were asking was about basically, like, do I think that FGO will get like Steam treatment or a PC client? I could absolutely see that in the future. Absolutely. And I feel like they should, and that if they don't, they're fools. But I mean, these devs are these devs, and so at the same time, I don't expect it. Because that would be moving the game forward in a revolutionary and positive way, and I'm not sure that they wish to do that. It's a lot of work, and there's times where it feels like they don't have the work or the time to do it. Is there any content in the game that actually requires your DPS to be level 120? No. No. I mean, you could definitely just grail your waifu. Having a 120 can really help out in some cases, especially if you need to hit harder. But I'm of the opinion that it is not necessary, nor is the game balanced around it. Not liking something doesn't make it bad and vice versa. Yeah. Like, I don't like it because it's not to my morals or ideals. But people have different morals than ideals. And just because they like it and I don't, doesn't make it a bad show. Just makes it a bad show for me. And this is the truth of the matter. What do you think of My Little Pony then? Everybody that watches that show should die. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna say I don't think I've ever actually watched My Little Pony. I've definitely seen memes of it. I've definitely seen like clips of it or something like that, but I don't think I've ever watched it. I haven't the foggiest what it's about other than ponies that can talk and have stupid names like Sparkles. And that's it. That's the extent of what I know. Oh yeah, and bronies. I literally know more about it from like the fact that bronies exist than anything else. And it's like, again, I don't like that. I don't want to see any of that. But if someone else likes it, I don't know, more power to them, I guess. Just keep the crazy antics away from me. Even Tiamat not cutting it? I don't have Tiamat for JP. I like SAO. How could you say something so daring and brave? I didn't mind the first season of SAO. At least like the first half of the first season. Like basically the actual Sword Art Online arc. When they start getting to what is it, Elfheim or whatever, like I didn't care for it already. It got kind of stupid in my opinion. Gun Gale could have been really cool if they just made Kirito use a gun instead of I'm a Jedi. And I felt like that immediately invalidated the Gun Gale arc for me. Like, I had a very difficult time taking it seriously because he just straight up did the one thing that everyone said didn't fucking work, and he made it work. How? Because somehow he had his superior reaction time that he carried over from another game that nobody else in the fucking world had. So I thought that was really stupid. Alicization was great. Alicization is the best arc up until the point that basically Kirito has to come save the day. Like, the second Kirito gets out of the coma, Alicization goes down the tubes. Okay, tell me Alicization is great without Alice. It is. Okay, so you want to know why Alicization is great? It has nothing to do with Kirito or Alice. The reason Alicization is great is a character named Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm dead serious on that. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is straight up what makes the first part of Alicization interesting and cool. And it's hilarious because it does show that the writer knows how to write. It's just his initial characters suck ass. And I can't emphasize this enough, chat, that when I have been writing my own lore, the number one thing I think about with anything that's like powerful is don't make it too powerful. Don't make it bullshit. That's all there is to it. As long as you keep it where it's not bullshit, you have characters that have to struggle. And the second character struggle, people empathize with it. But nobody can empathize with the character that literally just goes, again, nah, I'd win at every fucking moment and just never struggles. And the only reason that they're struggling is because they're struggling internally with themselves. They're like, man, I don't know if I can do it. Oh, but then I pulled out this new power and nobody's ever seen it before. And because of that, I've managed to win against this unstoppable juggernaut of an enemy that nobody had ever beaten before. But I didn't know that I could do it. I didn't know that I had it in me. And so I do. And I actually could do it. Like, that's it. That is literally Kirito's inner monologue. And I fucking hate it. So, again, I there's a lot that I like about SAO. It's just Kirito is the biggest thing that ruins it for me. That sounds like an awesome dude, yeah. Kirito can't lose ever, and if he does, it's plot BS, yeah. Excel World died for SAO, yeah. That sounds like Keanu Reeves. Yeah, but it's like young Keanu Reeves. And if Keanu Reeves was full of himself. The SAO games are better written than the anime. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that the spin-off arc for Gun Gale is just way better than actual Gun Gale. And I've never watched it, but I can just go ahead and tell you without any shadow of a doubt that that is true, because I just don't see how you write worse than you did in terms of the plot convenience of Gun Gale. So Asuna goes from strong character into a damsel in distress. No, that's actually perfectly okay. And I'm dead serious on that. Chat, even the strongest people that you know in your life need help sometimes. Everybody gets to a point where they get in a bad spot and they need help. And I think that's okay. What you can't do is you can't have the character constantly being a damsel, right? She stays that way though. Right. That's the problem. It's not that she becomes a damsel at any point in time. It's that it's just a reoccurring theme. It's the same, and I'm gonna be real with you. The number one issue I think I have, even more than Kirito with Sword Art Online, is that there is every single season a rape scene, and I'm like, listen, you want to like hint at it for dramatic effect? I'm okay with that. You want to even put one in? I'm okay with that. I understand why that rubs people wrong, but I'm okay with you using it once. Don't keep going back to it over and over and over and over again. At that point, it's your damn fetish and we know it. Like, I'm sorry, it's the truth. The author has a rape fetish and it's blatantly obvious. It also loses its impact. Yeah, you know that he's not going to pull the trigger, right? That's the hilarious part about it. He got called out on that and said he won't use it again. I'm sure. And this is kind of my issue with it. Like, because, so for instance, chat, when we were going through and it was like in the middle of Gun Gale, right? I was like, man, I'm done with this. I'm not watching Sword Art Online. And everyone's like, no. Cad, you've got to watch it because Alicization is so good. And then I was like, okay, I'll give it a chance. And I started watching Alicization. And it was pretty good. They were right. And then they were wrong. Because straight up Alicization just goes right back to the, oh, I can't write because Kirito comes in and saves the day. And then now I've said, all right, I've learned my lesson. This is just how this author is. He's going to keep doing it. And I still have people being like, no, Cad, you don't understand. You've got to watch the next part of SAO. No, I don't. I'm fucking done with it. I don't have to do it. I have more self-respect than that. I'm not watching the next part. It can go fuck itself. Exactly because of that. Because he burnt me not once, but twice. And at that point, I'm just like, nah, I'm good. Straight up. Yeah, so if you're gonna do a quote unquote rape scene, the best way after that to like still get a similar effect is to imply it, to hint at it, but not do it again, right? So that is to say, you maybe talk about it or show it the first time, and every time thereafter, it is just always present as a, you know, this could happen threat. And that's why all you have to do is hint at it. But when you keep using it, it really does. It lessens the impact because you keep actually like going back to it. And again, like I said, it's a thinly veiled fetish, and it actually does just straight up show that you're not going to do it and you're using it for the shock value, which actually lessens the shock value of it. It's better to imply that it could happen than to actually keep pulling the trigger over and over again. And when I say better, don't anyone take me out of context for that. When I say better, I mean better for the dramatic effect of it. Better for actually causing and creating tension and, again, peril. You don't want to actually keep doing it because it does just subvert your story. There are episodes in SAO that I like, but I couldn't watch the whole series. Yeah, and like I said, if someone likes it, I don't care. Like, it's no skin off my back. I have no problem with SAO being a popular franchise and people liking it. Like I said, the only extent to which I would have a problem with it is when people keep gaslighting me and keep telling me that, no, Cad, you have to watch the next chapter. We swear the author has learned his lesson this time. And I'm like, no, he hasn't. Who is OP is how is the author supposed to bring him back in without his OP shenanigans? It sounds more like SAO should just die. I'm not gonna say that. There's ways you can do it. They're tropes, but there's ways you can do it. You just gotta downgrade Kirito. Or here's a better idea, chat. Instead of downgrading Kirito, what if we literally pulled a One Piece? What if we literally said, you know what? Asuna and like all of the friends go off on a fucking training arc and become pro gamers themselves and literally actually get as good as Kirito. And then in a world full of Kirito's not special anymore. It's that simple. And I'm dead serious. Like it's very easy to do this sort of stuff. You don't have to end it. It just requires the author to not have his self-insert be the most OP as dicks Mary Sue that the world has ever seen. That's all it requires. Have you watched the latest season of Mushoku Tensei? If yes, what are your thoughts on it? I actually haven't. So right now, and I'm sure there's several people that don't like me because of this. Because again, people just can't accept the fact that other people like shows and can't accept it when somebody stops watching or doesn't like a show. But I stopped watching Mushoku Tensei and Slime. And the reason I stopped watching both is I did not like where the author was going with the shows. Now, I have heard that supposedly both shows were better this season. I'ma still wait before I ever desire to pick them up again. And the reason why is, again, I got burnt on both of them. Both of them were just, yeah, this is just not heading in a good direction, or a direction that the show should have gone in, at least in my opinion. And so at that point, I just told myself, well, should I keep watching the show knowing it's going to keep upsetting me and pissing me off? Or should I just not watch the show? And I didn't watch the show. And that's why, for me, this past season, anime of the season, hands down for me, absolutely 100% Kaiju number 8. Kaiju number 8 was fucking fantastic. And I can't wait for season 2 of it. And my second favorite anime this season was actually the Power Ranger one, the Go-Go Loser Ranger. And that was amazing. So, what burnt you on Jobless? Oh, I don't know. Spending an entire season talking about an ED issue, and then the dude actually finds out the entire reason that he got brought into the fucking world and doesn't spend more than an episode on it. He just literally is like, yeah, okay, it's a thing. I thought that was incredibly poor writing. Yeah, I know the school arc's over, but that's it. Its school arc is literally why I don't want to watch it anymore. Also, because the entire premise of the school arc is basically that his childhood interest is right there and doesn't want to tell him. And I thought that was incredibly dumb too. When did you stop watching it? I finished last season and then just didn't pick it back up this season. Not Konosuba at number 1. Konosuba's great, but Kaiju number 8 is that fucking good. But yeah, it's Konosuba, Kaiju number 8, and Power Rangers are literally like the ones that I looked forward to the most this season. And I do like Konosuba. I really hope we get another season, a season 4. And not in 5 years, but like maybe next year. Anime could have used 6 more episodes to go over the stuff it skipped. What? Mushoku? I don't know, right? Like, again, chat, I have not watched the new season, so I'm sure there's going to be a ton of people that are like, oh my god, it's so good, Cat, you've got to pick it up. But I haven't watched it, and I don't plan to until it either wraps itself up or like basically, you know, maybe after like the next season when people tell me that one's also good, then I'll be like, okay, maybe I'll pick it back up again. Maybe I'll give it another chance, right? Like, because I'm not someone that's closed-minded enough to say like, oh, just because I didn't like a show doesn't mean that the show can't save itself and can't be better written. The only show that I would give that treatment is Sword Art Online. And that's because I've been burnt not once, but twice. Anything in particular you're looking forward to for summer? I have not really had the chance to look over it. There's not a lot that really are jumping out at me. I have watched the whatchamacallit, the Suicide Squad Isekai. That one's okay. I thought that was going to be way better than it is, and it's actually not. Like, the Suicide Squad Isekai is an interesting enough premise, but the writing for it has actually been pretty bad. It just doesn't do a lot of setup. It doesn't explain things. And it's not explaining things because it's trying to be mysterious. It's just straight up not explaining things in some cases. And that is what it is, right? Like, it happens, but I feel like it's kind of hurting the show, at least in the short term here. And I did watch the Osan, the 30-year-old like newbie becoming an adventurer, which was an interesting one. It's kind of got the same typical tropes that probably would make a lot of people go, but I don't know, I like that trope. Magic Knight Rayearth is coming back. Yeah, so I've never watched that, but my understanding is it's magical girls that transform into mobile suits, which is, huh? Did you watch The Other World Doesn't Stand a Chance Against the Power of Instant Death? Is that the one with the kid that, like, he gets isekai'd with his entire class and he's in the back and he's like, he's asleep when it all happens and he likes to play video games, but he's actually like a death god? Yeah, I watched that. It was okay. Like, It was also pretty plot convenient, but it was okay. Nothing really caught my interest this season. Look, I'd say if that's the case, Arch, then it's a good time to like go back and watch something else and get caught up on shows. Because I've said the same thing myself, that like at least from a cursory like glance through the list of stuff, I didn't really see too much that caught my eye. And so if I don't end up with at least like say like 10 shows to watch this season, I'll probably just use to get caught up on shows that I've fallen behind on, like One Piece and stuff. Do you like Chunky Woman and Elf? I think Trubs was telling me about that show. Did you watch Tsukimichi? I did. Tsukimichi is good. And okay, so like everyone sits there and they tell me like Slime is so good. I prefer Tsukimichi to Slime. I do think the Slime characters are a little bit more interesting, but I think Tsukimichi is just so much better written. Suki's underrated? Yeah. Well, my understanding is Tsukimichi, because apparently it's older, like manga wise. And so I guess like that's what like Slime and stuff is based off of, which is funny as shit. Hello, Spartan. Hold on. I'm not hearing anything from that. Maybe you guys could hear it, but I couldn't. The girl can summon genies, aka magic mechas. Okay. Rent a Girlfriend deserves that title, not SAO. That's just a dumpster fire. I watched Rent a Girlfriend season 1. It was okay. The worst part of the show is the main character. And the reason why is because the main character is just perpetually down on himself. And I want to say this. I understand people having self-esteem issues. I understand people literally being down on themselves and, you know, not being able to get out of their own head. However, and I don't believe that the show does a good job of this, if you ever want to find happiness in your life, there is going to come a point where you need to not be that way. So you do need to work through your issues, come to be able to be comfortable in your own skin, come to understand that you are someone who is unique. You are somebody who is talented in their own ways, special in their own right, and you should have confidence in that. Okay? Doesn't mean you're the most handsome or beautiful person in the world. Doesn't mean you've got like, you know, Riz out the ears. It does not mean that you're just going to be this, you know, just amazing socialite type of person. But there's nothing wrong with that. And it's okay to be you. And that's the important thing I think a lot of people don't get. But the problem with that is, in that show, is that the main character perpetually is just in his own head, even in moments where he shouldn't be. In a moment where if you would just take your fucking shot, it would work out for you. And that's the problem. Somehow he gets worse. Yeah. That's like, and that's what I don't understand about that show. It's like to me, that's a problem of, again, you have a main character that shows no progression. None whatsoever. He just keeps doing what he does. And I am going to assume that eventually the main heroine falls into his lap, despite him being totally unworthy, because he can't just straight up man up at times. And at that point, you could say it's like, don't bully me, Nagatoro. But at least Don't Bully Me, Nagatoro's entire point is about the character getting bullied. And from my understanding, still that character grows over time. So it's really funny because at least Nagatoro has a better, more like learnable protagonist. Media sells us on being a special star, not accepting our faults and being okay with that. No. It's both. You straight up are special. You're unique. There will never be anyone else like you. But you're also not special enough that the entire world rotates around you. The world does not stop and hold its breath watching what you do. It is both things. You are flawed, you are not perfect, but you are you, and you are special in your own way. You are my special. Negatory MC gets better and is a way better series. Yeah, and that's my entire point. Had to stop. It made me want to bang my head against the wall. Right. And that's the problem with a character that never fucking that just keeps making the same mistake, right? You're sitting there screaming the whole time like, don't do it, because you're not that same person. But chat, I've had characters that I empathized with because they had the same sort of misgivings, the same sort of mentality as me on certain things. And the reason I couldn't fucking stand them is because they never grew. Whereas with me, there's a point, chat, where, and I think this happens with most normal people, right? Where you're sitting there and you're like, man, I just don't think I can do this. I'm just I'm afraid of this. I don't want to have to do this. And there's a point where you just realize it's inevitable and you're just going to have to fucking do it if you want to not be paralyzed by it. If you want to be able to move on. And most normal people will get to that point and they'll do it. The problem with some of that writing is they don't. They never fucking do it. And that's why you're just just do it. It's literally the Shia LaBeouf meme. It's just do it. My grandma says you're unique, you're not special. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good way of putting it, right? I know what I just said, but that it's the same mentality and it's right in the same way. It doesn't really matter the words you use. You just need to understand that you are the only you and that is worth something. But while it is worth probably more than say depressed people think it is worth a lot less than super cocky, full of themselves type of people believe. There will be someone else exactly like any one of us. No, you're incorrect. Prove me wrong. Find someone else that is literally me. Yeah, quite literally. Can you find somebody that is similar to me? Sure. You can never find me again. You'll never, ever, ever have me again. Because it's me. Love and care about each other, even yourself. Yep. Can we find an account who loves FGO and streams endlessly? There you go. I mean, you can find other FGO streamers. I'm the Khadroth clone and I'm better because I'd win. Now you're the evil twin. You're the evil twin. You're the me with the top hat and the monocle. I guess the next best thing is finding you on your VODs. Yeah. But that really is the truth of the matter. You will never find an exact carbon copy of the same person. You can find similar. It can be enough for you, but it's never going to be the exact same. Are we Sherlock and Moriarty? Yes, but you're Moriarty. Fuck no. Oh, now. Tanya the Terrible season 2, did they finally confirm it? Like, I mean, I feel like it's been confirmed for forever, but like we never had an actual date for it. Just by the power of probability, maybe some new Khadroth will be born in the future. I mean, the closest thing you would be likely to get to another me is like a child of mine, right? And it's still not going to be the same thing. They say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but it's not the same apple nor the same tree. I guess it may be the same tree, but it's not the same apple. There'll be somebody in the future that has the same personality traits and mannerisms. Okay, but what if the sun explodes tomorrow? Like, you're assuming infinity will be true. You're assuming that over the course of everything, there has to be another me. But quite literally, by definition of it not being somebody that would show up for a while, they won't be me. Even if they had the exact same mannerisms and personality traits, it wouldn't be me. For all I know, it would be like the equivalent of the same personality trait and mannerisms, but it simps on Ren instead. And then at that point, it's not me. Finna be streaming FGO too? Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not sure what part about that's hard to understand as. Even a clone of you wouldn't be you by definition. Correct. The clone would not have shared the same experiences. And quite literally would have been raised in a different environment. What if tomorrow we have quantum physics catastrophe and all of time is undone and all of existence is also? I mean, at that point, live every day like it's your last. That's the best way to think about it. The universe won't exist long enough for Khadroth 2. No. The universe can't contain Khadroth 2. And that's the truth of the matter. The universe will literally implode if that ever happens. At that point, would you even realize it would happen? No. Like, chat, there's also the concept that, statistically speaking, life has to exist somewhere else out there in the universe. But we ain't found it yet. So it is what it is. How do we go from talking to anime to this? I don't know. People got weird points to make. Weird hills to die on. Did you beat Kama's event a second time? Don't put it that way. Yes, that way. The Femi paradox, I believe. Yep. Well, it's interesting because I feel like at first we thought that the conditions for life were super complex. Then over time, we started to begin to feel like the conditions to find life out there in the universe were actually not as complex as we thought. And now over time, it's going back up as we're beginning to realize that, well, maybe it's a lot worse than we realized. Maybe everything has to be perfect for it to happen. And so this is kind of an interesting quandary that we keep having. Aliens don't want to get into gacha? How do you know the aliens didn't create it? Like chat, what if Nasu is actually a sentient mushroom from another planet? Have you seen Kimetsu? And if yes, so I have seen Kimetsu, but I've only seen the first 2 seasons. I watched all the way up to the Entertainment District arc. And I stopped watching. The reason I stopped watching is exactly like we talked about with some of those other shows. It's not that I didn't feel like it was being written well. It was. It's just, I'm sorry, I have to say this. UFO Table is milking the ever-loving piss out of that show. It is as bad as Shingeki no Kyojin, right? Like literally Attack on Titan. They are just straight up milking it as much as humanly possible. And so I'll watch it all when it's done, but until it's done, I'm not watching it. Latest season was mostly filler. Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem I'm having with it. Like, it is just, they're dragging it the fuck out and it's ruining it for me. So that's where I'm just like, all right, I'll just wait. Complexity of the conditions needed for life depends on what type of life you're looking for. True. Is it them, or are they doing what they paid to do? Don't know how it works. I could hypothesize as to why they might want to be dragging it out, but it is what it is. I did find it interesting because we did have some interesting article that came out today that basically excuse me, it was basically alleging that that the whole reason that Kimetsu no Yaiba got picked up was because of Nasu. Like, straight up, that he's the one that recommended UFO Table pick it up because he's good friends with the writer. And that was the only reason that they did. And now it's like wildly popular, right? So it's really funny to me. UFO Table reportedly started storyboarding in season 3 in late 2022. I was gonna ask for what. But yeah, like, it is what it is, right? And so at that point, I don't mind, but I just don't care at the same time. It's the same thing, and chat, so that we're clear, I do this with a lot of shows. I am on, I think I'm just at the beginning of Whole Cake Island for One Piece. Why? I was current in One Piece at one point. I literally had caught up to where the current show was. And I have just let it, like, build up for years now. Why? Because it just is not worth going week to week with One Piece. It just takes way too fucking long. So I just let it build up. And then when I actually have the time, I sit down and I watch a bunch of it in another, like, swath. I don't catch all the way back up anymore because I told myself, especially after Dressrosa, that I would never do that again. Because, dear God, Dressrosa is a long arc. And I'm of this opinion that I don't care the anime. You should never have an arc that takes over 2 years real time and only involves half your main cast. So we literally didn't see half the main cast in One Piece for like 2 fucking years. And it's just wild that that's the case. Wano's long too. Yeah, and that's exactly why, like, I've let One Piece get a huge lead on me. So this is not some, like, oh, Cad's just a hater, he just doesn't want to watch, like, Kimetsu no Yaiba. No, it's like, this is how I treat any show that begins to stall. If you stall, I basically go, bet. We'll see who's more patient. Cosmos in the Lost Belt, but a mini version? Yes, and I'm gonna be dead honest with you. It's the same reason I don't like the stalling in Cosmos in the Lost Belt. I feel like Lost Belt has taken way too damn long. I really believe they need to shit or get off the pot. Reading the manga was hell during Wano. And hello there. You could just use One Piece site to cut out the filler. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I don't mind One Piece filler. One Piece filler is great. It's amazing. I love it. It's not fucking Naruto filter or filler, where Naruto filler is like, yo dog, we just flashed back in time for like a while, and now, like, all right, you done with that? Here's one episode. All right, now we're fillering another arc. Like, what I don't like. And it's literally this. Yeah, the freaking Gintama stuff. Yeah, I'm well aware. And then they have to start, like, taking all sorts of side turns. What about padding, like 8 minutes? They pad, but that doesn't bother me. I'll chat, I will take padding over filler any day. Why? Because if you remove the padding, it's just everything's a 15-minute episode and it goes by really fast. So instead of watching like 2 to 3 anime episodes an hour, you get to watch like 4. So there's no problem with that for me. Bleach's filler arcs were pretty good as well. I didn't mind most of them. In the order of like of the big 3 there, right? I watched all of One Piece's filler. I watched about half of Bleach, and I watched like for Naruto. I'm gonna be real with y'all, chat. I watched like I think this is a best estimate, maybe a 10th, maybe 10% of the filler for Naruto. Where are my Gintama enjoyers? To be fair, all of Gintama is filler, and all of it's great. It's not because it does actually follow stuff, but like, I just like Gintama, so I don't mind it in the slightest. The only problem with Gintama is like Gintama's a comedy, and it keeps giving you comedy episodes, and then like one in every like 25 episodes is actually a sad episode. And then you're like, God damn. And it unexpectedly hits you right in the feels. Current arc of One Piece is both an emotional roller coaster and a lore dump. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm dead serious about this. I'm kind of glad that One Piece will end. Because One Piece is a phenomenal show. It is great in the sense that like it is telling an epic journey and that it has gone on as long as it has. But for it to remain good, it must end. If it keeps going eternally, there's a problem. Now, I will say this. I think you could end One Piece and then you could do spin-offs if you wanted. But they have to end the main arc of One Piece for it to remain good. And so at that point, like, I'll be happy to see it happen. But I do know, like, when One Piece ends, it is going to be a, like, earth-shattering thing for anime. It is, at this point in time, one of the longest-running animes. And of the major shonen animes, it's pretty much the only one left. I think Detective Conan is still out there, still going strong. But Detective Conan at this point has, like, rehashed itself 100 million ways. So, like, I don't know. I feel like when One Piece actually finally ends, it's just going to be something that, like, people are like, wow, what do I do with my life now? Shin-chan? I mean, didn't Shin-chan stop for a while, though? I doubt any work made by humans exists forever. You say that, but what if we inject it into space? Conan will never end, Cad. I know. There was a break. Yeah, I thought so. I might actually start chipping away at One Piece if it starts getting a set endpoint. My advice to you, Jay, would be to watch it in arcs. However, I'm going to be honest with you. If you actually get started on One Piece and you enjoy it, you're not going to be able to set it down. That is the problem that One Piece has. One Piece is good. And the more you watch of it, the more you want to watch. Like, I'm dead serious about this, chat. It's a little bit of a struggle to get through the first, like, I'd say 50 episodes. Because it's around that time period where he's kind of finally got, like, the main core of the crew online and in his party. But after that point, once you begin to watch, you can very easily just start, like, absolutely just chunking it over and over and over again. And I straight up had a period where I watched, I think it was like in the span of like 2 weeks, I ended up watching 200 episodes. It was disgusting how much One Piece I watched. And it is what it is. Like, it was amazing. I liked it, but man, the pacing is slow in some arcs. Right, and that's why, like I said, I never, ever, 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 ever want to get caught up with One Piece again until it ends. Like, I literally just want to let them keep working on their arc, finish it, and then I'll consume it. But like I said, I haven't even done that. I'm still back in Whole Cake Island, so we're not even up to Wano, which I've heard Wano is quote unquote peak. So Dressrosa pacing was horrendous. Yeah. So that we're clear on this chat. Like I said, Dressrosa is about 100 episodes long. Okay. The problem with Dressrosa is after episode 80, you've beaten the main villain. And you think it's over. And there is still 20 more episodes. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, I still remember thinking like, oh, okay, it's finally over. Thank God. Like, this is such a long arc. It's finally over. It's not over. You're like, oh no. Why filler episodes? No. I mean, like, it may be filler. I don't know, right? Because I hadn't read the manga up to Dressrosa. I read the manga all the way through, what is it, Shibari and the Fishman, was it Fishman Island arc? But like the issue with it after that point is that the Navy gets involved in the area and you have like shit that goes down. So that ends up adding another like 20 episodes to the arc. And you're like, damn, couldn't we have just moved on? Dressrosa with good pacing is like 45 episodes. Yeah, I agree with that. I do agree with that. So did you get a flashback to something that happened earlier in the same episode? Yeah. You watch Fox Kids One Piece? No, I've never watched the Four Kids. Though I know plenty of people grew up with it. Where I first was exposed to anime was Toonami. So like that was the only thing I ever watched it on. Toonami was like evenings on Cartoon Network, so. They're just dragging out the manga material. I mean, you say dragging out, right? This is the pace that it's always kind of been going at. It's just, I think he's building towards something and it's meant to be epic. It's meant to be amazing. And it is what it is. One Piece Rap is the best anime opening. Yeah, but have you heard it in German? Early morning DBZ before school. Yep. Yeah, nothing gets you wanting to go to school and punch kids like watching Goku and Vegeta fight. Geist on VHS when I was like 8. Jesus. By the way, is it true that NA has even NA 2025 is even more appealing banners than 2024? I'm just going to go ahead and say, without even thinking about who, that the answer to that is entirely subjective. Like, it entirely depends on who you like and prefer. Probably for a lot of people, that's going to depend entirely on like summer next year and how you feel about that. Yeah, like I feel like if you're really gung ho about the LB6 specific summer, then yeah, you probably feel that way. But if you're not, then no, it's probably this year. Hit Bunny and 6 tickets today. Felt pretty lucky. Nice, congrats. Slayers on VHS. I have never finished Slayers. And I feel like I want to, right? Like there is so much depth to Slayers, and Slayers is amazing. If you guys have never watched Slayers, so the best way I can describe it to you is, you guys know Freyren? You guys understand like the concept of like demons aren't humans and deserve to be exterminated? And like we're gonna go commit war crimes? Freyren didn't invent that. Slayers did. Because how Freyrin is to demons, Slayers are to bandits. Any bandit is not a human and has no human rights. And they go around and they slaughter them. And it's fucking hilarious. And it's great. Slayers is still ongoing? Is it really? Lena literally nukes the city to deal with a dragon? Yup. Tez Draco and Tiamat being good, but I'm not sure how crucial. Yeah, and they're definitely solid, right? Like, I think you can certainly look at the banners and say, hey, there are good units here. There are units that you might highly desire, but it's still going to come down to the, like, who your favorite character is, right? Like, I'll give you an example of this. Are you a Nero fan? If the answer is yes, then yeah, next year's probably better for you. Why? Because Draco. If you're not, then maybe this year is, right? Freyrin kills demons and treats them as subhumans, even the sentient ones? Yep. Power that can smash even the souls of gods, Ragnarblade. Yep. But yeah, like, it's really funny because, like, having been around long enough to have watched a ton of anime and seeing the tropes and seeing, like, the current generation of like newcomers to anime getting excited about things, it also makes me want to, like, recommend them the older ones, because I feel like there is a ton of older anime that people would still love. The biggest problem that people are going to have trying to watch older animation is, again, the style of the anime. If you can't handle the way the old style looks, it's going to bother you. Just straight up. But as long as you can be open-minded on that, the world is your oyster. There are so many good animes out there. So many. Demons are inherently evil in Freyrin, which is a great return to form. Yeah, I will say anime overall has a bad habit of, oh no, demons are just misunderstood, and they humanize the demons and they make them like, you know, hey, they're just complex. They're not wholly evil. Some of them just choose to be. And it's like, yeah, no, like straight up, the way that, like, most of us were raised was like, demons are fucking evil. They're all fucking evil. Don't deal with a demon. Don't tangle with a demon. They are going to absolutely eat your lunch. Turns out God is an asshole and commanded humans to exterminate demons unfairly, right? I love Slayers, but even I will say that the animation quality is not the greatest. Yeah, I mean, I think that just goes for, it literally just goes to be said that, like, that's how a lot of old school animes are. The thing for me is, like, Slayer's animation style doesn't bother me in the slightest. Why? Because one of the very first animes that I watched was Tenchi Muyo, and it has the exact same fucking style. And it like, they both look great to me still to this day. Obviously, there's some issues with it, but I think particularly what I like about those animes is the character designs were top notch. Zelos is a complete and utter troll and only hangs with Lena because he can manipulate, trick her, and yeah, exactly. Tenchi Muyo was the very first harem anime I ever watched, and it's why I like harem animes. Tenchi Muyo fucked me over in that regard. I watched the original Gundam series from '79. I can deal with any animation. Yep, I did as well. I like, there's still some anime that, like, the style bothers me, but usually I can get over it. Usually it's not a big deal. And you just need to, like, you basically just need to watch like an episode or two and you're fine. every once in a while, and I've said this before, chat, like I see a ton of people that get upset over like 3D, like CGI in anime, and I'm like, I don't mind it as long as it's not jarring, as long as it's done well enough. When it's really bad and it stands out extremely, then I don't like it. It's not going to make me not watch the show, but I don't like it. We went back to the OG Gundam character designs. Yeah. I could see all the quality failures and drops. Oh, yeah. I grew up Space Battleship Yamato, Science Ninja Team, Gotcha Man. Mm-hmm. I've never watched Space Battleship Yamato, but I've heard it's good. In fact, isn't Space Battleship Yamato who Tezuka's artist? Like didn't he draw the manga for that? The worst is when it feels forced into the show. It's usually done for budgetary reasons, is why. Apparently, the One Piece reboot is because people can't watch aspect ratio of 4/3. I mean, listen, I'm gonna be real with you. The old school One Piece definitely looks pretty oof, right? Okay, so chat. Here's Nami in the very first episode of One Piece. Okay? And then here is Nami now. And it's like, it's not that crazy of a difference, but like, yeah, they definitely improved, right? Like, proportion went out the window. I mean, yeah, you can kind of see that this looks a little bit more realistic, but in a weird way, you could say that old school like One Piece looked a lot like, to me, almost like Dragon Ball a little bit, and it's kind of just how animes back then looked to a degree. But nowadays they've modernized the style a little bit more to look a lot better. So I can definitely understand that like this sort of thing not as great, right? Glasses off versus glasses on. Yeah, this is RTX on. It's kind of childish, yeah. And to be fair, this is a younger Nami. This is an older Nami, right? Like straight up. So animation, art style, direction are different things. The old One Piece looks better than current One Piece. I don't know about that. Like I feel like the current One Piece looks a lot better, but new One Piece just has better animation. No, like I'm gonna be honest with you. Like still the character models from back then look really weird. Like in a large degree. Didn't they make an OG One Piece with newer art style? No, that's what they're doing right now. See, she was disgusting. I don't think she was disgusting. It's just when you first meet her, she's not like oozing sex appeal. And to be fair, there's a reason for that. Like actual character development reason. Besides just she's young, she also straight up is like she's the pawn of the fishman and doesn't want to like give that vibe off. All the female designs look the same in One Piece, to be honest. I don't agree with that. Maybe for what you consider to be female. Cause like, chat. I mean, are you gonna say this looks the same as Nami? Like, cause like, I don't know about that. Yeah, okay. Most of them share the same body type. I think sexy women share the same body type, but everybody else is different ones. Like the proportions, not the actual characters. I mean, listen, I don't know. This is definitely not the same proportion. That's Nami's twin? Okay. I mean, I'm gonna be real with y'all, chat. This straight up just looks like a dude who's cross-dressing. Like, that's all it looks like. Oda has a notoriously similar body style for attractive women. Yeah. And so, hear me out on this, chat. Is that a problem? Think about it. You're an artist and you have a style and you learn to draw in that style. And what you find attractive and what you believe is an objectively attractive woman that you're going to try to draw is going to keep looking very similar, very samey. Right? I thought that was a guy. No, this is not. I could tell you who this is, but if you don't know, I won't tell you for spoiler reasons. But it's the same thing as like everybody complaining that Takeuchi, like all of his characters have the same face. And it's like, well, yes, it's how he draws faces. Like I don't know why that's a difficult concept for people to understand. It's like you're complaining that the art style looks the same across multiple iterations. And it's like, well, yes, it's called a style. So I do understand that is why it is. It's like, it's just how that artist learned how to draw and how they kind of go about things. It's difficult to change your art style. I mean, good artists can. Good artists can draw in multiple styles. It's just like, especially for a project, right? Like an IP, you're not going to change that style. It's one thing if you like go to Twitter and you do a different drawing for a different character and you change the style up. It's another thing when you're trying to keep everything in the same style. So you're going to draw it all the same way. I mean, just because you want spoilers doesn't mean I'm going to spoil the rest of people in chat. There may be somebody that legitimately wants to, so. As objectively the same style? Oh, I don't know about that. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, it's difficult because I'm not sure which of these is official and which isn't. But I also don't want to dig into this too much because I have not finished that arc. So exaggerated proportions, sure. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm trying to say. It's like you guys can expect that like a sexy woman is going to have good legs, probably a rockin' set of tits, probably a nice ass, probably a pretty face. Like that's just how they're going to keep drawing them. And so again, it's just going to end up being very similar no matter what they do. The only thing that they're going to change, and this is an issue with anime in general, the only thing they're going to change, chat, is probably going to be the eye color and probably going to be the hair. It's just the case throughout all of anime, right? Like, it's just kind of how things work. Like, go to drawing Raiko or oh god, it just jumped and I just missed it. Go to drawing Raiko or Raita drawing Nami, it wouldn't feel out of place. Yeah, I mean, like, this is interesting because I'm pretty sure I have seen Raita draw Nami. Let me see. Maybe not. I could have sworn that I had seen that at some point, though, where you did like a tribute piece. I couldn't find one on Danborough. Yeah. Like, but again, I think it's an interesting idea, right? And it's not a detraction for me. I think like this is just a taste issue, and I'm gonna say you don't have any issue with the design if you like the design. If you don't like the design, you probably have issue with it. And I think that's just the truth, right? Like, you're not gonna keep watching something if you find its designs off-putting. I posted in CAD chat how Oda draws his females. Let me see. The female figure has 3 circles and 1 X. And now goodbye. If this is the only figure you draw, your female readers will send you many criticisms. Try to remain strong and dedicated. Yeah, and that's why I also just am going to say I don't think this is actually a good criticism of him. Because he's straight up telling you, like, if this is the only way in which you draw females, people are going to get angry at you. But yes, like, his objectively attractive women do look like this. It's just, he doesn't only draw women in this way. He draws them in plenty of other styles. It's not the only way he draws women. Right. And that's why, like I said, I don't think it's actually a fair criticism of him. That statement reminded me of that Giggig video that came out when the Isekai boom started. Listen, chat, I saw Giggig apparently came under fire because he tried to say that all, what was it? That all... I think it was the equivalent of he tried to say that, like, all visual novels should be shorter than Doki Doki Literature Club. And I explained this because I was talking with Spartan about it the other day. And, like, I understand how someone can feel that way. However, I think this is an important thing to understand about someone like Giggig. Because Giggig largely feels similar to me. Doesn't mean I feel the same way, chat, and I'm going to explain this. But basically, that what people need to understand is that Giggig is not like your basement dwelling, like, nerds and Cheez-It eating, Mountain Dew chugging, average, like, weeb. Giggig is married, lives in a mansion, and is rich as shit now. And he still makes his podcast because it keeps him famous and it keeps him in money. Giggig doesn't have time. He's too busy doing guest appearances, too busy making future YouTube projects, and straight up trying to just pump out more money to actually sit there and spend hundreds of hours reading a visual novel. That is the truth of the matter. And with that context, you'll understand why he does feel that way about visual novels being too long. Right? And that's where I say I can get that because I have largely the same issue. I also spend a shit ton of time doing stuff for you guys on stream. The majority of my day is taken up at work. The rest of the time is live on stream with you guys. So unless I am reading the visual novel with you live, I don't really have the time to actually sit down and read one of these suckers. However, the only difference between me and Gigic is I don't actually feel like every visual novel should be shorter to suit me. I just recognize that I don't have the time for it. So I think that's the only like bad part about his take, is that he probably said something he shouldn't have. He probably sat there and said, yeah, I think it all needs to be shorter, thinking that like he needed it to be so that he could enjoy it. But the reality is it's just not for him at that point. And that's the truth, right? Like, if he doesn't have the time to actually devote to it, that doesn't mean that every visual novel should be shorter. It just means he doesn't have the time. Straight up. You can read a visual novel piecemeal. That's what I do for FGO. Yeah, I agree with that. You definitely can. However, I will say the busier you are, the less time you have to actually sit down and read. And so you'll actually spend a good chunk of the time, quote unquote, rereading and remembering where you were at, rather than like, hey, let me sit down and read it all in one fell swoop and get everything in one like quick package, right? That's all I'm trying to say is I understand how he can have that opinion. I disagree with it, and I think everyone does, but I at least understand it in the context of probably why he was saying it. I'm not really super in line with Gigic's takes. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm not in line with like any of Gigic's takes. But this is also because, yeah, a lot of what he does is for comedy reasons. And I can at least say that I am somebody that's of the opinion that while I don't believe that like Gigic's the devil or anything like that, that like I do believe that at least his video on Fate in general has not helped it. I feel like it has given people maybe the wrong idea about Fate, and that it's something that's very difficult to get into. When the reality is like you can just start anywhere, and people can argue till the cows come home over where the correct place to start is, but it really doesn't fucking matter. And as long as you start and you enjoy it, that's really the only thing that actually does matter. And I'm going to tell you guys this, and the reason I know this is because of Star Wars. So I'm somebody that was around before the prequels were out. I started watching Star Wars with the original trilogy. So to me, the best place to start Star Wars is with Episode 4, A New Hope. But the current generation of kids probably started with the sequels. And the generation before them probably started with the prequels. And depending on where you start at, you might have a different opinion on things. You straight up might actually feel differently. And this has been talked about before, that if you started with the original trilogy, you see Darth Vader as the bad guy. If you started with the prequel trilogy, you actually see Darth Vader as this tragic character. That you see Anakin as a good guy who went wrong. And it's a really interesting concept that that start point determines everything. Having that context really influences where you kind of were at on all of this. So it can influence your opinions depending on where you start in an IP. But it doesn't change the fact of, if you're a fan and I'm a fan, that we're both fans. Yeah, it's time for you to go to the sands between and retrieve the slab. No, I'm done with the waking sands. I've never seen a Star Wars movie. A war crime, I know, but I loved Clone Wars on Cartoon Network back in the day. Oh, that's actually really surprising then. If you managed to watch Clone Wars but never have seen one of the proper movies. You should at that point. I would at least tell you to watch the prequels, just because you watch Clone Wars and you'll be able to understand them. The demons are misunderstood happens because kid reads demons are bad, and 20 years later they thought, let me subvert this, is an internal cycle. Yeah, I do agree with that. I think you start to see this idea that because everybody is so used to demons are bad, 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 that finally one person goes, but what if they weren't? And then somebody else goes, hey, that's a good idea. I'm going to copy that. And eventually everybody copies it. And then it's demons are flawed. 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 And then someone goes, but what if they weren't? What if they were just totally fucking evil? And yeah, you're now right back at the beginning of the cycle again. This week is a crazy gacha games week. Zenless Zone Zero releases today. Yeah, I've heard about that. I also just don't care. Like, I'm sorry, chat. This is the third MiHoYo game at this point. Like, I haven't liked the prior two. Don't expect me to like this one. I have not, like, in all seriousness, had any interest in it, though. As a kid, I watched episode 4 through 6 so much, I destroyed my mother's coworker's VHS set. My parents had to buy a replacement. Nice. But what if hot? Yeah, I mean, well, like, so for instance, right, chat, I had the tweet the other day that talked about how a lot of people feel like Saber is vanilla, generic, and boring. And that's really stupid and naive of them. And that's the truth. And in a weird way, I've seen people say, like, oh, well, it's because she's like, you know, again, like lawful good or the knight in shining armor. And that's such an overdone trope. And now's the part where I tell you, no, it's fucking not. Do you guys want to know the overdone trope right now? The overdone trope is dark and edgy. Everything is fucking dark and edgy right now. And it's wild. So it's like, yeah, everything's an anti-hero. It's like, it's really dumb. So while people say that's boring, I'm like, no, it's just what you like. If you like that dark and edgy shit, more power to you. But that doesn't mean that the other thing is bad or boring. It just means it's not your cup of tea. Isekai is a pretty overdone trope. Yeah, I mean, like, I've talked about this before because people want to say that Isekai is a genre, and it's not. Fantasy is a genre. Isekai is just a mechanism to get people into fantasy. And it's funny because in some shows, it matters. In some shows, it's truly worth being an Isekai because the character keeps going back and forth. It is routinely called up. It keeps being a thing. And then you have quote-unquote lazy isekai, where the character gets isekai'd right at the beginning of the fucking story, and it's just never talked about ever again. And it's just used as a mechanism for the protagonist to be uninformed so that people can inform the protagonist right there in front of the viewer and or reader and have them understand as well. So it doesn't sound like they're explaining to a fucking idiot. Isekai genre seems easier to write. It is in that regard. Is Inuyasha an isekai? Yes. Inuyasha is just one of the better ones because, again, the character goes back and forth. And to be fair, you don't have to go back and forth for isekai to be good. It's just, usually a lot of writers will use it as a lazy way out. Rather than, hey, I'm isekai for a reason. For instance, I'm trying to think of an example of this. What's a recent isekai that I watched? I'm just trying to think of like a specific one where a lot of this happened. Isekai's been getting better overall, and you don't see this as much anymore, but like, the vending machine one? Zero no Tsukaima is an isekai? Yes. So, Overlord? Yeah, okay, I'll give you an example, and we'll use Overlord. Chat, does it matter that Overlord is an isekai? Not in the slightest. In fact, I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually feel like Overlord would be better if it weren't. Not that it really makes that big of a deal. But the idea here is in Overlord, the protagonist has been isekai'd in the sense that they are stuck in a game. Now, this really isn't talked about very much at all. because the game became a real world. So it's kind of funny because you actually have multiple tropes pooling into one, where basically the protagonist has isekai, the protagonist has stuck in a game, and the protagonist has basically like, hey, this is a new world, a real world. Okay? The protagonist also has a group of friends that played with them. That is literally their group. And each one of these combines as a storytelling mechanism for the protagonist in general, for why they are OP and for explaining their current situation. The hilarious part is you don't need any of them. You could have literally just said, Ainz is a fantasy character. He is a lich, and he had powerful servants, and he went to sleep for years. And that explains everything. It's literally, you're right back in the same place without any of the setup. So it's funny because in Overlord, you have so many contributing tropes that they actually end up not really mattering, because the only thing that matters is the central character to the story, which is Ainz. But still retains elements of the game. Yeah, and that's all you have to do is just straight up be like, oh, maybe he was just asleep for a long time. And in the past, he was this feared, powerful warlord that everyone's forgotten about. So he collected all these powerful items, and that's why he's broken his dicks, and he had a whole bunch of, like, crypt mates that were, like, part of his fucking, nation and or organization. But they all died while he was asleep. And that's it. Get Dark Schneider up in here. Yeah, I mean, it actually is. It's the same damn thing, right? Like, so it's really funny to see that you don't have to have Isekai to get the same effect. Isekai is just a storytelling mechanism, and it's usually done so that people can go, oh, hey, why doesn't Ainz know about this? Oh, well, it's because he was Isekai. But the reality is, the reason Ainz doesn't know about this is not because he's Isekai. It's because he's in a new world compared to his prior one. So you could also just have done Ainz was asleep for a long time, and that's why he doesn't know the way the world currently works. And when I say asleep for a long time, chat, I'm talking like hundreds, if not thousands of years, right? If you were to fall asleep for 1,000 years and wake up, the world would look like a completely different place to you. So it's the same concept at play. So the funny part about this is there's actual multiple mechanisms for making Ainz appear uninformed, and he doesn't actually need any of them. He could just use one and not all of them. So it has a lot of layers to it, and it doesn't make it bad. I'm not trying to say that Overlord is bad. I'm just trying to say that in a weird way, yeah, you could still tell the exact same story with the exact same parameters. Just in a different way. Does that mean Futurama counts as an isekai? Yes, it actually does. Like, I'm not even memeing you. The definition of isekai is basically waking up in a foreign world. What makes the world foreign doesn't really matter. So in the same way, that's why Inuyasha is a foreign world, is because Kagome is basically going to the past. And she's unfamiliar with the way the world works. She does have some prior knowledge, but it does work. Can't beat the latest 90++, me sad. It is pretty bad, David. I was having a huge issue with it. It must still be vaguely medieval towns and cities, though. Maybe. Maybe he comes from a time where that wasn't even the thing. But Cad, Isekai matters in Overlord because other players have changed their world. Where I'm at in the anime, that hasn't been a thing yet. So it's like, it's a theory that he has. But yeah, I mean, if that's the case, then yes, it would matter. However, does it? You could just say that there were other powerful creatures that were around at his time that he's unaware of, and they've changed the world in his absence. So, like, you still don't have to have it. There is no reason that you have to have an isekai in Overlord. You just change it from being a player to something else. And I'm dead serious. Like I said, it doesn't make Overlord bad. It's just I'm showing you a way in which you could write the same story without using that trope. And the most frequent reason it's done is to give you an uninformed protagonist so that you can explain things to the protagonist to their face without making them look like an idiot. And so the reason you need to explain things is not for the protagonist, it's actually for the reader. The reader needs to understand and needs that exposition, so you have to have the explanation. But do you explain to the reader in third person, or do you explain to the protagonist? Explaining to the protagonist makes it look more natural. And that's not lazy. That's perfectly fine. Lazy isekai is, this is literally just fantasy. We did isekai in episode 1 and it never fucking matters or gets mentioned after that. That's lazy isekai. That's like, you didn't need to do that. You could have just had a character that like is from another country, is new to the job, is, you know, you name it. And it covers the same trope. You're a slime now. Yeah, exactly. You could also do better exposition, but that's hard. It is. So, like, I don't think the issue is in and of itself isekai. The issue is just bad writing. If you're a bad writer, it's not going to matter what tropes and what genre you're in. You're just going to be bad. And that's the truth of the matter. I could imagine some works just decided to hop on or were even forced into isekai bandwagoning after isekai barely even matters to some plots. Yes. And like, I expect it's less that they were forced to and more that it was bandwagoning. Because it became the hot thing. People are like, what if I just changed my story and I added an isekai element to it? Because like, it's also done so that you empathize with the protagonist. It's the element of escapism. A lot of people want to see themselves in the story, and they think, well, you know, when typical shonen protagonist gets isekai'd, hey, that's just like me for real, for real. I could also be transported to a new world and become this broken as dicks motherfucker. And so a lot of people, like, you know, it's easy for them to self-insert. Eminence in Shadow wasn't a good one to me. For right now, the isekai in Eminence in Shadow does not really matter. Not really, not truly. But I don't mind because Eminence in Shadow is just funny to me. Eminence in Shadow takes itself 100% seriously in that it knows it's not serious. And that's why I'm okay with Eminence in Shadow. You gotta appeal your work to nerds looking to project out of their depressing lives. Yeah, 100%. And I actually think that matters. Writing for isekai matters a lot. It's the way that the vending machine isekai is way better than the smartphone isekai. Yeah, exactly. Like chat, you have an isekai about a dude getting transported to another world and turning into a fucking vending machine. And it's actually not badly written. So, it is what it is. Eminence in Shadow is supposed to be over the top? Yeah, it is. And it's done on purpose. Editors can force the author to do stuff is nothing new. Yeah, I'm aware. And I understand that. I'm just saying I doubt that's actually what's happening. Last episode says different. I know. Well, I said as of right now, it doesn't, but... I don't want to be known, but I want to be known got old to me fast. It's just a character that, like, is over the top with a self-inflated ego, but he doesn't want the focus to be on him, but he does. And in that regard, you just have to at least understand that, like, partly what makes it funny is that keeps fucking him over, and it keeps not happening in the way he wants it to. Yeah, so you could just have a chuny character though, right? You don't have to have that be isekai. But I do agree that it is at least the reason for why he acts the way that he does. Though to be fair, this is the case with most isekais. But you can also just write a reason for why a character acts the way it does. Real talk, where is Ring at? Oh, does chat want Elden Ring? We were supposed to do a fun segment, but yeah, Jesus, it's already almost 10. I'm sorry. You guys got me talking on like anime, and I don't mind talking about anime, so you guys can get me talking on that for a long time. Also because it's interesting for me from an analytical standpoint. I'm the shit, but still humble. Yeah. Yeah, it's quite literally humble bragging. Cad Yap emote win? I did see my emote artist is open for emotes, but I've been busy juggling so much shit for the debut that I haven't even gotten to tackle the concept of like, well, what if I got emotes? An editor that tried to make me change my narrative, characters, or themes would be told to pound dirt. I think the problem is what happens when the editor is the last barrier between you and like $1 million. Some people will stand by their their convictions, and they will tell them to go take a hike. Other people will be like, damn, but that's $1 million. And when you're like a broke ass mangaka, I feel like that's definitely a thing, right? Jobless reincarnation for sure doesn't need an isekai. I think the worst aspect of Mushoku Tensei is the isekai aspect. It is straight up the fact that Rudius has an internal, useless 30-year-old man inside of him. That I actually think that's straight up the worst part. And it's one of the reasons I don't like that character some. Is because he can never seem to lose that inner voice that is always that, like, failure of a person. Despite how powerful he becomes. Sounds dumb, but editors should only edit, but not change elements. Yeah, I agree with that. Anime is my thing. I can go all week on it. Yep. What fun segment are we looking at? Well, we're not going to do it tonight at this point, but I'll save it for another day. For example, if an author doesn't work with an editor, they can make your life complicated. Right. And that's why, like, I get that. It's ideally you do go tell them to pound sand, but the world doesn't work that way. Was a fun thing you wanted to do today? It's a surprise. Mushoku Tensei doesn't forget his past life for better and for worse. Yeah. And I think that's a problem that I have with it. So it's like, I don't mind isekai, but to me, if you're going to have an isekai, have it have a reason. Have it matter. Have it like be integral to the plot. Or at least have it dramatically shape the character's actions and perceptions. Some animes do that. And I am going to say Mushoku Tensei does, right? But there's some where it's just lazy as shit. So. But yes, chat, let's play some Elden Ring. Ugh. And to be fair, we can still keep talking about anime. I'll just be a little distracted at times. Because Salaryman, yeah. Summer Medusa, please. I wish. I hope. The next Mushoku Tensei arc picks that up, but I get it. To get to that point in the plot, to pick that up is slow as fuck. Yeah. I think it's an important thing that you need to keep feeding it, and while you can have a character that progresses, you should not have a character that has like dementia, right? Like it shouldn't be the case that they sit there and they keep forgetting like their main reason for like being and doing and stuff like that. You can have them forget, but it needs to not be this repetitive thing. It needs to not be like, oh, well, you know, like I'm totally here to like, you know, save the princess, and then like you go off on a fucking journey and you just forget why you saved the princess. Also, yes, chat, welcome, hello. I did my 3 invasions earlier, and I did kill someone in one of them. What's your take on people's mods for custom weapons and custom Ash of War arts? More power to you. I mean, like, I'm gonna say this. Obviously, if you do something like that, you're not really going for challenge. Unless you're using a mod to induce greater challenge. But I feel like if you're gonna do like a custom weapon that's like broken as dicks, then no, not really. Miss me with that shit. Laser. Thank God they didn't go aggro on me. This is the difficult one. This is the one that I always die on. And that's why. Like, I literally, the thing has too much health and I can't kill it before those assholes aggro me. Watch Elden Ring's most used mechanics or a trap video. I have, and the only part at which I feel like the video is incorrect is jumping. The video is pretty good. It does have a lot of, like, really good pointers. Did you kill the final boss? Yes. Yeah, this is a new playthrough. And I have basically like, I have basically like dropped myself gear from the other playthrough. But to be fair, I'm not really going for much of a challenge this time around. Hello, side. Maiden Ring song's gone. Jesus. I need to spin the other way. Oh my God, how am I missing you? Ah! Yeah, that's what I can't get caught by. I don't like when the game doesn't let you stand up. Like, I've always hated that. I said Malden Ring? Yes. Maiden Ring. He started with OP. Yep. Basically, but like also at the same time not. I'm using Leda's needle sword and her armor. And the I'm just gonna say the final boss circlet. And just wanted to see how this stuff scales over time. I've also got the dry leaf arts. I have to like put that pause in there, otherwise it sounds like I'm saying dry leaf arts. Gotta love the juggled by mobs to death. Yeah, I'll get them this time though. The only problem is I think I lost my souls because of that. Because I just did not get the opportunity. like, the fact that they track you. Okay, there's one of them dead. There we go. Now both of them are dead. Now I can take my sweet, sweet time. There we go. Blood tax. Oh my god, why are there more of you? Nope. Nope. Is there an item over there? I feel like there is. Okay. Where's my cartwheel weapon art that I can spam, right? Dry leaf farts? Yes. So anyways, this is the quote-unquote farming point for the game. This is usually where everyone comes to farm. If you have bow and arrow, you can literally shoot that thing and have it run off the cliff for an additional 11,000 souls every time. Or you can come over here if you've managed to actually clear the game and have the basically the sword from the final boss. And you can use it to farm this entire hill for the tune of like, I think it's like up to 100,000 souls a minute. It's really freaking good. But okay, so we got there, we unlocked that. Technically, I could go to Moog now if I wanted. I'm just nowhere near ready for it. I just saw the opportunity to and decided, why not? I also didn't want to quite go to Altus yet because I think, yeah, doesn't Altus brick some of the storylines? Some of the storylines. Okay, did you get the golden scarab? I did not. When did this playthrough start? Oh, literally like a day or two ago. Like I've not been on this long. Okay. I'm just trying to think of what else I want to do. Especially before, quote-unquote, going to Altus. I did kill Godric. You guys didn't get to see that, unfortunately. Go to the gateside chamber here. We can go pick up our rune. Isn't the golden scarab in Kaled in the one, like, shitty, like, rot / poison infested cave? I really thought that was going to work. Okay, there we go. This sucker's really nice. I'm actually one-handing it right now. It works just like a katana in a lot of ways. Oh, I thought I backstabbed him, but I guess not. And you can see, it just, especially with humanoid enemies, it really just kicks their crap in. The only issue I have is people with shields sometimes. The bigger the shield, the more annoying they are. think he's gonna come out. Is he this dumb? Yes, he is. Okay. The advent of 90++ content coming to NA, have you thought of making a multi-core guide video? Really don't have to, but I can. I'll probably more or less make a video about 90++. Oh shit, I should have waited for that. Here we go, got the quick stab. Got him to drop the shield. Oh god, do I have any reason to go up this way? I don't feel like I do. I don't feel like there's any benefit to it. Problem is this asshole. Oh! God, stop fucking dodging me, you piece of garbage. There we go. Friggin' hate those dudes. Knife Cat doesn't fuck around. Well, it's also one of the most input reading enemies in the entire game. They just basically know everything that you're doing. And if you've ever tried to use a ranged ability on them, you'll notice that. They always dodge ranged abilities. And it's really freaking annoying. I was sworn there was a item back here. But me guess not. Pickle, yes. In a pickle. You could just ignore him. I could, but... meh. I also remember thinking that these statues were going to come to life and kick my ass. Like a mixture of rapier longsword movesets. Yes, it's so the fully charged R2 usually staggers most enemies too, so it's really nice. It's not gonna stagger a boss, but you can quickly build poise damage with it, so it's very good in that regard. Can I mount here? No, I don't believe I can. I think I have to run the hard way by all these giants. Huh? How'd you hit me inside your fucking ankle, you asshole? Okay, that dude's gonna be difficult because he gonna crack me. Okay, bait the shot. Thank God he didn't turn all the way. I have had him actually knock, shoot an arrow, and hit me on the other side. It's been kind of nuts. Living statues is a missed opportunity. To be fair, that would have been especially dickish. Like, if they had managed to work that in, it would have just been oof. But yeah, no, I'll probably end up getting around to making a full-blown, like, hey, here's how to approach and think about 90 plus. Sorry, 90 plus plus. Because I think you're going to see a lot of bad advice. You're going to see a lot of, honestly, fear-mongering involving the 90 plus plus content. And the reality is, it's not that big of a deal. 90 plus plus? No, now they just do 90 star. There is a higher tier than plus plus. They just don't pull it out very often. Thank God. They're optional, just don't do them after the initial reward. Right, but I don't feel like that's good advice. Like, and I'm dead serious on this. I feel like that is a take. You can play that way, but if I tell you to only think about things that way, that's poor advice, right? So like, I have to come up with a good way by which to instill in you guys the sort of like plan of attack for it. Can I do Celia Crystal Tunnel? Can I defeat the Falling Star Beast? I don't know. We'll have 90 where the enemies are just level 1000. Yeah, I'm waiting on the like, oh, you know what? Fuck it. Here's a level 100 node. And I'm going to be like, why can't we level up to 100 naturally then? That's what I'm waiting on. But I think it's just kind of the natural like flow of things is they have to keep some level of progression to keep people's sort of ridiculously scaling accounts in line. Is there an item in here? There is an item in here. I always forget about that. Oh shit, hold on. I definitely need my shield out for this. Okay, good. That's still one shot. Getting rid of them. Should be another patrol up here. I want him to come back around. Because the fact that both of them are covering each other, low-key kind of cancerous. Best plan of attack is to just ignore it? No, I don't believe that's right. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you guys are just gonna miss out on some potentially really good rewards if you just ignore the plus plus node. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think anyone truly actually believes that. You might say it, you might believe it in this moment, but the second you get in there and you actually see, you're gonna be like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna do 90 plus plus. Hit that dude with the weapon art, you got some nice damage options. I wanna see if I can get it around the thing. Oh, whoops. Huh? Dude. Lock on, you piece of fucking garbage. Oh, now there's you too. Come on. Oh, he's actually coming all the way. This is a problem now. I'm just dead? Yeah, there's nothing I can do when I'm boxed in like that. I can try to hit my way out of it, but the second I drop my shield, I'm dead anyways. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, the lock-on is really crap for, like, distance, and I hate that. Because, like, you need it in order to do the weapon art. You can't manually target with weapon arts. But I was screwed the second I aggroed, like, multiple of them in the same breath. At least my soul should be in a reasonably good place. Okay, gonna clear you out. Gonna clear you out. I kind of need that asshat gone, but it be what it be. See, I hate that. I hate that he just runs like a little bitch. And look at that. Like, he should not be able to target me despite not being able to see or target me. Huh? 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 Give me the backstab. Jesus. Okay, hopefully he comes over here and he hops up. Because I can see he's aggroed, and I don't want him to trail in. There's the other one up there. I could just ignore these assholes. Like, that is wild that he can just sit there and do that around corners with perfect accuracy too. Like, it does take the route that it needs to in order to hit you. Just worried that he's gonna backpedal again. Oh my god. Gonna heal. Did my patrol ever come back? Come on. I'm trying to bait him this way. He just keeps backing up, like he's not coming towards me because he's an asshole. He nearly staggered me. And see, now he's taken up a new position. Even deeper. Okay, now he's just dead. Fuck him. We at least got him gone. And with him down, I shouldn't have to aggro any other enemies. Damn it. Okay, dumb fuck fell down. Nearly shot me in the back. It's just ridiculous. Ah, oh, damn it. I always forget how to get that, and then I jump in and then go like, oh crap. Okay, got him. So again, the blunt weapons work way better, and the melee weapons are like, I actually have the leg dry leaf hearts one, and it's actually upgraded enough that it can do some solid damage. Ooh, somber 4. That's good. I don't think that's a wall. I think this is the ladder where you kick it down. Okay, got him dead. And Minato, thank you for the 2 months. I do appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. If you're in the States here, hope you have a good 4th of July weekend. Ow? Huh? Huh? Did he fall all the way down, chat? Yes, he did. That fucking idiot. And he's angry that he fell down. He's like... Okay. Wait. Yeah, I was gonna say, I need to kick the ladder. That range attack is BS. The easiest way to deal with it is to just shield it. That always kind of has been the case. Behold undead. Be wary of left. I'm more wary of right, but... I barely got that shield out in time. Bro, how do you get 2 attacks in the time that I get 1? Good God. Especially when he recoiled off my shield. Oh man, how do I want to deal with this? I'm gonna get Swiss cheesed. You can backstab. Dude, if I can't fucking hit the target, though? Like, what the shit? He just never gave me an opening to get another hit in again. Fucking die! Holy shit! Actually, Blue, thank you for the 30, or sorry, for the 22. The fact that my actual, like, one-handed stabs are missing because dumbfuck goes beneath them is wild to me. I can't do anything with that. Like, he literally does more than I have stamina, which is pretty wild because I actually have, like... There we go. God, fucking die. Jesus. Need dungeon meshy, but for Elden Ring monsters. I don't know that I want to eat one of these, though. Faithful Canvas Talisman? Is that holy? Yeah, okay, that's a good one to pick up at least. I am glad I fought them for that alone. Oh boy. Now I have, like, nothing left in the tank and have to take on a boss. 12,000 souls. Because I love my life. Is there a Stake of America here? Dad, is there a Stake of America here? Uh-oh. It's one thing to have to run through. It's another thing to lose 12,000 souls that way. Because that is definitely enough for me to level up. I fucking hate these enemies, I swear. Like I said, that's the issue with the archery run that I never really ran into. Was just being able to, like, quickly and easily get rid of souls and not have to ever waste them. Major range, that's how their AI works. Yeah, but this thing isn't ranged. Or sorry, this thing isn't a mage, right? I guess maybe it is. Yeah, I feel like before the DLC, none of us would have perceived this shit as an incantation. How did that hit? Let me in. Oh man, I'm in trouble. Gotta love when you attempt to roll and the game just says no. definitely underleveled for this. Damn, that's still caught. Dude! Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm just not dealing enough damage to him. I may just leave those 2,000 souls there, because I don't know that, like, I can actually, like, get him done. It didn't seem like my blunt weapons were doing very much, and it didn't seem like my sword was doing very much either. So it's just like, I appear to be under-leveled. And all I was trying to get was the frickin' Somber Stone out of it, but I guess it be what it be. Wait. Got him. Poison armament. Good old Rot Lake. Okay. Chat, what was it that gets bricked when you go to Altus? Does anyone remember? Because I know there is a thing. I just don't remember what. Doors give you iframes? Oh no, that I know. It's just, I also knew I was about to get stabbed the second I came out of those iframes. That's more what I was worried about. The King's Realm. Oh yes, invisible mages. Everyone's favorite. Keep rolling all the way to the Grace. Zigzag. So that the stupid invisible cunts don't end up there. Got my dude. Okay, got that. So now we're right up to Karya Manor. Manor. Yes, we already killed the Erdtree Sentinel there and there. We did the most of CO for well. I'm at the Impassable Great Bridge. I guess we'll just go grab the map here, because I'm kind of like stalling because I actually don't know what it's gonna brick if I head to Altus. I have the parts to literally go there right now. I'm just trying to think of what the, like, why I didn't want to, because I know I didn't want to in the Archer playthrough. Like, I literally told myself, wait, no, don't do that. Good old Dargan. Just doing Dargan-y things. Really funny because I remember not knowing my way around Caelid too well. Now it's like fairly easy for me. Altus Bricks, Yura, and Blackguard. So I've done Yura. Which one's Blackguard? See the shrimp dude? Ooh, close. Almost blew myself up, but now we already have a somber 8. Only other losses is dialogue. The prawn guy. Does he just disappear? Like, because I've already talked to him, I've already gotten the necklace from him for Volcano Manor, but like I'm trying to remember if like there's more to do with him. I was gonna say, also, isn't there a grace right here? There is. I still don't know what Scarlet Rot is lore-wise. Is it just some sort of corrosive magic? Is it some type of crazy aggressive microorganism that causes decay? Some kind of acid? It's like hypothesized to be from outer space, basically. From an outer god, if you will. I don't know. Like, not necessarily outer space, but maybe at least another plane of existence. Forgot there are dogs up here. Just, you know, because they weren't everywhere else in Caelid. Okay. Easy. I heard Sky Shot actually got better, but I don't remember. Okay, so now we found the map to Dragon Barrow. We can go by the tree. We can go to the tower. Millennia's the one that spread it in Caelid. Yeah, that I know. Small amount of the Outer God's power leaking into reality while they slumber. Oh, great. That means there's an Outer God somewhere in Caelid. At least I assume. Well, I guess we can quickly go back to Moog's Palace here real fast. Try to kill one or two of these asshats and get the souls from that. And then potentially go buy some prawns. Okay, he's gonna be coming my way in a second. Okay. Okay. You know what? Let's run back here and reset. Assuming you touched the DLC, yeah, I already beat it. Did you like it? So there's a lot I like about it, but I still have issue with the overall design of the like Skadu fragments and the bosses. I feel like the bosses are too aggressive, and it naturally is just punishing to certain builds. I feel like especially the end boss out of all of them is probably just the most bullshit. There's just way too much crap going on in it, and some of the effects are seemingly random. I feel like it's designed just to fuck over people trying to like no hit run the game, and so I think that's going to be a major issue at that point. But like I said, I still like it. To me, it's like an 8 out of 10. Other people are gonna like, you know, circle jerk it and be like, oh, it's a perfect thing. I think it can get to a 10 out of 10. It's just gonna require some tweaks on their end, and whether or not they do it, we'll see. So either way, to me, it's still very good, still worth the price, but I do have my misgivings with it. Where's Prawn Guy? Like here. Guys, his design still gave me a headache. Guys was definitely an annoying one for me. And more so because I felt like I should have just quite literally been running around like one-shotting him. And yet I couldn't. Like, I actually spent quite a few attempts because the dude's hitbox was just pretty bullshit. Like, I don't think I spent longer than like an hour on him, but it definitely was more like, I'd say like a half hour of just repeated attempts because I couldn't get him to not focus on my character. So now there's a grace here, or I didn't pick up the grace before.
All right, mate.
Some gosses can tone down the aggressiveness, but at the same time, I feel like it's somewhat more comfortable for most of them. Somewhat more comfortable? No, I wouldn't use the term comfortable with it. But like, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to sit there and like shit on it or anything like that. But no, I do have major issue with the overall design choice. I feel like the design for the DLC was meant to cater to a bunch of the tryhards that don't believe in summoning, don't believe in like kind of having different builds and stuff, and they just want to have one build. It's melee, it's dodge or get good, and that's it. Like, and I don't think that's good. I feel like Elden Ring as a whole is not like the other Souls games because you don't have to play that way. And I do believe that's also why it's kind of just more widespread popular. I believe Elden Ring, as big as it is, as much content as it is a like more appealing game to the masses because it's maybe not as restrictive. It's not as Metroidvania. You don't have to go down route A or route B. There is just infinite amounts of things you can go and do to kind of help yourself out. And I feel like the DLC is designed way more in mind with the, hey, you're kind of gated, and you're gated based off the mechanic that we put in. And if you haven't gone and collected those fragments, your butt's just going to get kicked, no matter what you do. And so I think that's kind of an issue. It is interesting that apparently you keep the fragments on basically like a rerun, so like on New Game Plus. but you don't keep them on a new game, obviously. So boss is butt rushing you as you zone into the room feels gigabad. Yeah, and I've heard that the reason for that was Combat Azure, and yet interestingly enough, Combat Azure got kind of in a roundabout way, got like hella nerfed, and it's why you don't really see anyone using it right now. So it's interesting that that's a problem, but that at the same time that they like felt the need to still try to make all the bosses aggressive despite having nerfed it. So I do really wonder what their major goal was with this, and I feel like if they would, in all seriousness, if they would turn down the instant frame 1 aggression from a lot of bosses, I'd probably have it, like, I think that would immediately bump it to a 9 out of 10 for me. Just that alone would just make me feel a lot better about the DLC in general. Catch Flame's the only thing I can buy.
May the golden order.
You beat the final boss? Yeah. Yep, I did it offline. I was not pleased. I had to go basically into like a just gimmick in order to beat him. And I did, and it worked, and I just hated every second of it. Like, I did not have fun with the final boss. And I'm sure everyone's like, well, you know, it's a challenge, it's supposed to be difficult, but I did not have fun with it. In all seriousness, I almost didn't do this run. I had talked about wanting to do another run using some of the new items. The final boss, for at least a good day and a half, just made me not want to play the game. And I told myself, if I get up to him and feel the need to do him again, I'm just gonna summon people. I'm just not gonna do him alone, because to me, he's just not worth. He's not worth tearing your fucking hair out over repeatedly, as you just can't get it done with the build that you wanted to play the game with. Wanting to make ultra setups not as meta or bursty. Yeah, but I don't feel like they did that. I feel like there's still way too many ultra setups that are still tanky and bursty. And the only one that really counters, well, I mean, I guess it does counter archery, right? But it definitely, to me, feels like it was meant to counter Combat Azure spam. And I'm like, well, it doesn't matter if you're just going to nerf Combat Azure. Like, at that point, if you're going to leave them frame 1 aggressive, leave Combat Azure the way it is and let people nuke. And, you know, more power to them if they can manage to get it off, because they're probably not going to. And I'm gonna be real with you, that's, to me, base Elden Ring is largely okay. I think in all of base Elden Ring, the only boss that I really had a problem with was Elden Beast. And mostly because Elden Beast is just a wear you down type of fight, where you straight up just end up like chasing him and chasing him and chasing him and chasing him, as all he does is run away. And that's, I did not find that fun either. Now they've added Torrent to that fight, and I think that fight is just way better. I think that's the way that fight was always intended to be done, and I don't know why they didn't put it in to begin with. So to me, they don't need to spend all their time countering everything that the players do in what amounts to functionally a single player game. I think they can just let players have fun, and they can just focus on the PvP side of things. And again, the beauty of Elden Ring is you can shape it to the amount of difficulty that you want. You can play the game ultra hard, or you can play the game ultra easy. But I do feel like with the DLC, you can fully stack every Scotty fragment, and nothing you do is going to make it easier past a certain point. And that's where I have issue with it, right? Like, it does not feel like the DLC is made with the same mentality that the base game is. And I understand it being harder. It's hard enough that it feels like it's actually just punishing certain builds. What was I going to do next? Oh, right. We were going to Altus. I just literally needed to go buy the prawn from that dude. Well, we could go the magma worm way, or I could just go the hard way. Final boss wasn't as much of a challenge? No, I mean, listen, chat, I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. To anyone that thinks that final boss isn't a challenge, you're wrong. I'm not gonna sit here and tell people they're wrong about much, but that I will. If anyone tries to humble brag that the final boss isn't hard, you're wrong. The final boss is hard. It doesn't mean that you maybe got through it easy because you're skilled. It's still difficult. And I think that's an important thing to understand. And again, you have people calling it the most difficult Souls fight. I don't know that I necessarily agree with that, but I do believe it's 100% up there. It is one of the most difficult, if it is not the most. And so to me at that point, it's like, yes, it's well worthy of saying this is a challenging, difficult fight, especially for the vast majority of players. I think the Scotto Tree Fragments was mainly to address the discrepancy between new games, true new games, and new game plus 7. That may be the case. It's interesting though, because they do make the game like scale to your level somewhat, so I'm still not sure how necessary something like that was. I think the original inception and the idea of it was probably to give you something to go around and collect, a la the Sacred Tears and Golden Seeds from the base game. But they didn't want to add more with the DLC, so they basically just said, okay, we're going to do this new mechanic so that you have to go around collecting this instead. However, I will point out that, especially with stuff like the Sacred Tears and the Golden Seeds, collecting them is a lot easier. They are very much out in the open. They're almost never hidden away in a like place that you have to like fight your way through to get or anything like that. And it's fairly obvious where they all are. The Scotto Tree Fragments, absolutely different story. They are absolutely hidden away. Some bosses just straight up hold them. And I know that's the case with some of the seeds, but you also have more seeds than you actually need to get the full amount of upgrades are in the game. Scotto Fragments, not so much. So with the Scotto Fragments, you very much have to go hunt them down. You either have to follow a guide and know where they are, or you're going to have to just, you know, get lucky over time. Even at the end of my playthrough, I thought I had basically done everything. I'm sure I hadn't, but I only got to 17. So out of a max possible 20. So that tells me that there were still at least, at minimum, 9 fragments that I was missing. Well, for all I know, I may have been 1 away from 18. So I'd say 7 at minimum that I was missing.
I knew you. I hereby invite you to the volcano. Take my hand. Give me your hand. I will pray.
Can I get the grace here first? Would you love if Nasu and Miyazaki team up and make a Fate Souls game? Because I sure would. Yes, I actually would. I think that'd be amazing. And it's really funny because I was talking about this earlier in VIP that it's really interesting to see how both Nasu loves the Souls games and Miyazaki loves Fate. And I find that really intriguing. And it's so apparent how many influences something like Fate and not even just Fate, Berserk as well. Both of them have influenced Miyazaki extremely heavily.
Rias, a warrior, perhaps. Will you rise with us? Interesting. Now you belong the drawing room, but be sure.
In my playthrough, I was missing 1 fragment. Yeah.
Use the key.
But I suspect that's kind of why they put it in. They wanted something for you to have to go collect. I'm not sure that I like that it was tied to sort of an artificial difficulty mechanic. That it's like, without these fragments, you basically are not going to beat the DLC. And I say this knowing full well that there's an asterisk after that, and that you can absolutely beat the DLC without those fragments.
This blast before you consider.
But I'm gonna say 99.99999% of players will not. Doing a 0 fragment run is going to be both a crazy feat and again just like for only the most insane and challenge hungry. Oh, there was a guy to talk to there. Yeah, I mean, I would love a Souls-like with, and you don't even have to include the quote-unquote main characters of Fate to me. I just feel like you could do literally like servants, right? And I feel like that in and of itself would be amazing. You would have Souls-like gameplay designed by Miyazaki with a story written by Nasu. And I feel like that would finally make everybody go, holy shit. Dark Souls has a storyline now. And they would like go bonkers for it. Because I know it has a story, but it's a very like reserved and like piecemeal story. As opposed to, what if it just actually had a story? Somebody already did a Soul Level 1 playthrough in the DLC? Yeah, I believe it. I think that's not something that we can judge the rest of players by, right? Like, if that makes any sense. It's something that probably can be done and can be done by really good, like, no-hit run type of people, but your average player will never approach anything close to that. The vast majority of players will never approach anything close to that. Because New Game Plus 2 is rough at times. Yeah, I think that's an interesting thing. Which is funny because I saw a lot of people saying like, oh, it must be that the only people that are complaining about the DLC are the New Game Plus people. And I'm like, I don't think it is. I'm sorry. Like, I hate to say this, but I think one of the only problems I have with the Souls community is that they gaslight each other constantly. They sit there and basically just go like, oh yeah, if you can't do this, if you can't do that, get good. And like, I saw a meme of it the other day where they were basically being like, hey, I beat the boss. And the other guy's getting really angry at him because he's like, no, you used bleed, you used summons, you can't do that. And then it's like right beneath it is Monster Hunter. And the guy's like, yo, I'm going to go load up on a bunch of traps to try and stun the shit out of this monster. And the other dude's like, yeah, let's do it. And I really do feel like that actually does encapsulate the problem with the community. It's just straight up like, people won't let other people play the way they want to play and have fun. To which I've always said, and again, like Miyazaki even came out and said it himself, it's like, yeah, summons are intended. It's actually the core design mechanic, not of Elden Ring, chat, of Dark Souls. You're intended to use summons in Dark Souls, and the community convinced itself not to. So that's a completely like community-based issue. And it was interesting too because Miyazaki has a really interesting story as to why that's the case. He was talking about how like, and I'm trying to remember, I'm gonna like paraphrase here, but basically he talked about how like one time he got his car stuck in the snow and a bunch of people helped him get it unstuck. But then as he got unstuck, several other people had gotten stuck and they turned around and helped others out. And he said that's literally where he got the idea for summoning from. That this concept of like, hey, the world is just a shit place if we don't help each other out. And so each person can actually go and help their fellow person out and do that sort of stuff. So it's 100% an intended to be used mechanic. People just don't do it. And like, I think it's fine to want challenge and to seek that and say, you know what, I'm going to do a no summon run. What's not fine is impressing that mentality on other people. It's saying, oh, because I did a challenge, you also have to abide by my challenge rules. That is stupid and dumb and shouldn't be the case. It should always be have whatever amount of fun you can with the game. Do whatever brings you fun. If fun to you is a soul level 1 no-hit run, go for it. But if fun to you is not that, if fun to you is, again, being like Miyazaki, because he even said this, and using every tool at your disposal to try and get the boss killed, that's also fine. The game is more about overcoming adversity than anything else. Community pressing it on to everybody else to feel better is kind of silly. Yeah. It's too bad you can't keep the summons of your friends permanent. It'd be fun. Well, he did talk about that how in future games they're going to consider just doing seamless co-op, and I hope they do. Like, I do feel like the act of summoning someone to your world is a really special thing and really cool. But I also believe that, like, yeah, we should just be able to, like, play with our buddies, and that'd be a really awesome experience. Summoning, doubling the boss's health value is the only thing that I don't like about the summons. Yeah, and that just is kind of annoying. I agree. But, like, I think I'm okay with it, right? Because it's like, yeah, it's doubling the health, but you're also doubling the offense in concept, right? So I get it. I understand why they do that. I feel like maybe it should be something like 1.5 times or something, but I think it's just them trying to preserve at least some level of challenge for the game. And remember too, guys, right? Like, the AI in a Souls game is not, like, actually that smart. The AI in Souls games are really fucking stupid. What makes them difficult is they input read. They know what you're doing, and they counter what you're doing. And that's less about the AI and more just about their actual programming. First of all, I missed a grace. Second of all, I realized I don't want to fight that person yet. They may have programming, but we have pro gaming. I see. Understandable. Have a nice day. Isn't it up here? No, I'm blind. Bro trying to run at me. There it is. No co-op is confusing for a game like this. Well, I think especially for a game the size of Elden Ring, there's so much content and so much to do that, like, chat, I have played through this game like 5 or 6 times now. I still can't remember where everything is. There's that much shit. So I'm always asking my friends, like, hey, do you guys remember where this is? Hey, do you guys remember how this works? Blah, 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 blah. No matter how many times I've played through it, I still have to ask that shit. Because I haven't sat there and, like, played this game to death in spite of how many times I've played it. There's just that much content in it. And I think that's a good thing. I think this is how more games should be. There should be enough content that you can get your fill, whatever the fill is. I need to go assassinate a dude. Yes. Up there. And every time you ask, I gotta open like 5 wiki pages for this game. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's like part of the problem is as well is that things are obscure and not explained well. Ah, golden seed. I forgot that she left one behind there. I don't remember if there's an item there or not. Missed me with that shit. Isn't there supposed to be a dude here? Am I about to get the bell-bearing hunter? At night, maybe? Yeah, it's weird because I don't think it's night yet, but like the dude isn't here. And he normally is. Oh well. We're gonna go try to kill the gravity magic dude again. I think you get something for killing all the wolves too. I do like this guy though because he gives the scale armor set, and the scale armor set's just pretty quality and it looks nice. I don't like the fact that that also just damages. Oh wow, I have way less here. Dude, really? Ah, that's just bad luck for me. His reach is so fucking good. And the turnaround time with that weapon is just nuts. How did that interrupt my attack? This is the only downside to this weapon is its jump attack is not very good. So like I can't counter him by jump attacking him very easily. He's the first enemy that I've encountered that's a humanoid NPC without a shield that's legitimately given me trouble. I also like how it just spawns me in the wolf summon. Okay. I don't know if he sequence broke the guy because he went to the manor already. Sorry, who? Oh, the dude? No, I don't think so. The fact that he can get that off before I can get off my R2 is just nuts. Yeah, see, like, he knocks me out of the air. Try the poke. Problem is, and I know this already, he is straight up gonna cheese me if he jumps my poke. And the fact that he's fast enough to hit me before I can roll out is, like, wild to me. There you go. I don't know what to do about that. I can't do it. That is his, like, I win button. Because I have to commit to an attack, and he's so fast with it. Souls community feels too elitist. I agree with that. And I'm somebody that I love the Souls games. And the community has only gotten worse over the years. It never used to be this bad. There was always the idea that you needed to persevere and the game was a challenge and it like gave you no quarter, right? But it never really did like we never really had this amount of like toxicity in it. Cad, want to stun grasp, sleep bomb lock some Rajangs? No. Only because it's Rajang. That is fucking wild to me. I need to start like rolling around him. Thought he was literally gonna go away from me there, and he didn't. How? How are you out of my range, but I'm in yours? I don't know. Some builds where I go on this guy, I just struggle with them. Same mentality as the Souls community, it would seem improper, yes. They're the epitome of build optimization, yeah. And I feel like in whatchamacallit, right? Like, you know, maybe I can wombo combo him. Well, probably not. What do I need for these? I need int for these? Why? Why do these take int? Huh? Radon doesn't strike me as an intellectual. But, yeah, I just, I feel like you can optimize your build in a Monster Hunter game. Ooh, good, that interrupted him. Huh? How did we both miss? That's some bullshit. You hyper armored me? What was that? Was that you throwing a hissy fit? Punished. Okay. If you're gonna overextend like that, I got no problem. Some bullshit. You're gonna be patient. No reason not to. There we go. See, I just don't like fighting that way. I don't like having to sit there and just kite for forever. But sometimes it's the only way to win. Radon had to learn gravity magic? Oh, true. True, I guess he did somehow. Okay, so now hello? Okay, now that's working again. Sorry, chat, my mixer literally just decided to arbitrarily reboot, so give me 1 second. Huh? Huh? It like totally locked up OBS. Okay. Now we got that. That's one. Now we just gotta get the there we go. Okay, now we're back. Your face is frozen? Yeah, no, all of OBS locked up because my mixer had a, like, a conniption. Okay, now we got the scaled greaves. So I've been using Letta's armor. Obviously, the scaled armor is better, but one, this keeps me at medium. And you guys can see, this strengthens attacks following a dodge roll or backstep as well as dash attacks. So kind of nice, because that does happen quite frequently where you got to roll and then instantaneously attack. So it's a thing. I got the circlet of light here. And this one is also nice because I basically get faith and arcane boosted by it. So I can certainly change this out if need be, but there's not really any reason to at the moment. So I'm just using it. Plus it makes me look like Lartoria. But okay, there we go. Now we got that thing done. Dodging to the side is better than just dodging backwards. I know. It's a bad habit that I have from my my archery build at this point, is that like I just dodge backward when I'm like, I know I need to dodge in. I know I need to dodge in. I know I need to dodge in. But like my brain is like, no, create space. Kite. Kill. Like, my brain does not want to like humor that and keep staying in the danger zone. Sometimes you have to bend low. Yes.
Did you? That is that you will become if you are low, but you must leave. This is a we have no plate. You, I am pleased. This is your
Magma shot.
It is the truth. Now I am pleased. Now I am pleased.
Okay. Isn't Patches supposed to be here now, chat?
So then I shall banal recusant. Why not add?
Okay, this dude gives me Ashes of War. We've got Kick, Endure, Warcry, Spinning Slash, Assassin's Gambit, Eruption, Stormblade, which I think I already got, Quick Step, Impaling Thrust, Parry, and No Skill. Ah, this is my Ash of War.
Well,
Hello again. Has a scandally. Honey, something.
Chat, you know what Elden Ring is missing? Romance options. That's what it's missing. Everyone picks Ronnie as if she's their romance option, but like, imagine if you could actually choose to romance someone. You're like, man, I just really like the way that Patch's head reflects in the candlelight, and he's my husbando.
Patch is important. Are you surprised? I thought I could not to men. I guess I'm up. Even after I've never seen a.
We got the cookbook. Go ahead and grab that. Many of these wooden shields are just not that good. It is an unfortunate issue, I'd say, with shields, is there's almost no reason to ever use a shield that is not 100% blocked. The only reason you do is because you straight up don't have a better shield. It used to be at least like some of them had some really nice passive effects, and maybe that is the case, and I haven't done enough investigating in this game. But I haven't really seen anything like the, what wasn't it the Grass Crest shield in the prior game? There's a few, some have passive health regen, yeah. So it's like, the issue at play there though is that usually people just want to carry around the actual like 100% block shields. The turtle shell. Wait, where do you get the turtle shell from though? I do forget. Speaking of turtle, let's go unlock the turtle pope. There's the thrusting shield. I mean, I have the buckler. The buckler is like at least better for parry, at least assuming it's the same as it is in the prior games. In prior games, bucklers extended the parry window, and so it was sort of the de facto parry weapon of choice. I do know there's also the, was it the Castus or whatever, that's the fist weapon that can do it too. How did I miss you? I don't know, but give me that golden rune. Thrusting shields are OP. Yeah, actually, I looted 2 of them in the DLC and I have not used them yet. I should probably check them out and see. Close to a merchant in Limgrave, you need to jump on that air thing. Okay, but that, like, that does not narrow it down. Which, like, merchant are you talking about? Because there's a ton. Are you talking about, like, the dude down by the coast? Or someone else? The merchant that the Night Cavalry spawns at? Are you talking about the Weeping Peninsula then? South below the girl with the letter? Yeah, okay. So many doggers. Ooh, Rune Fragment. Dad, you guys, like, how many of you guys actually use the crafting in these games? Just out of curiosity. I've used it a lot on the DLC. Interesting. Yeah, I collect a lot of stuff, but I rarely do crafting. He actually hit me. You can't do that. That's illegal. How dare you? Nope. Oh, got him. This man gliding. He actually hit me twice. How dare he make me heal? Wait. Huh? Why are you out of the water? What are you doing up here? He's right at the edge too, because you can see that's where the Stake of America is. Oh, I'm surprised the timing on that was off. Procrastinating? Yes. There we go. Damn, such a difficult boss. Okay. Skeletal bandit ashes. I could have sworn there was a grace somewhere here. But maybe I'm delusional. That's a big boy. I think it's up the hill. I think it's at the shack. We're gonna come back and we're gonna attack that dude because I'm pretty sure he has an incantation. Actually, I think he has the lightning incantation. Something like that. Land boat? Mm-hmm. Man, all of that still not worth. He has the lightning book? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, he's annoying. Huh? Okay, game, I just didn't dodge roll, but whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I got hit. I don't know what that was. Game was like, yeah, you thought. It's only annoying because, yeah, I was going to say, I really want that backstab if possible. What? The fucking delay. Oh, wow. There we go. Got him. God. I felt bad against him. Delay attacks have always been my kryptonite. Always. If you just take your sweet time getting something off, it fucks me so hard. And part of the problem that is that the only reason that tactic works is because bosses have insane health pools and super armor. Right? Like hyper armor, basically, where they cannot be interrupted. So it's like, if that was a player doing that, no, you're fucked. The longer you take to get your attack off, the more likely I am to fuck you. But that is the issue, that they're able to get away with it and punish you, basically. Ooh, just barely missed. Huh? Got him. Briars of Sin. Dead. Oh, there's Flame Cleanse Me. Let's go. It's actually a really nice one to have because it just gets rid of, like, it deals a little bit of damage to you, a little bit of fire damage, but it gets rid of whatever nasty, like, status effect you have on you. So, like, if you think about it, if you start thinking about, like, all the amount of time you might spend fumbling through your inventory or, like, trying to get, like, you know, something out in order to heal yourself, you can just cast that and get rid of it at the expense of a little bit of health damage, but it's probably less than the amount you would have taken just from letting the thing tick down. Ooh, a church. I wonder what could be here. You get Golden Valiant? I did not, but to be fair, I don't have enough faith yet. I'm only at like 23 faith or something right now. And that's kind of the reason that I'm so weak early game, is because I'm scaling faith. You almost never want to do that. This game, just everybody in base game has faith resistance. So scaling faith is just objectively like the worst stat to scale. And I'm still doing it.
The shattering has it is by the matter, and so the
Have you done a large area build? That was my first playthrough, actually.
You are free to show yourself around. I would serve if you find anything, unless perhaps, in which case. Oh, very well. Heresy is all things. Oh, very well. Heresy is all things.
Oh, very well. Heresy is all things.
Oh, very well. Let heresy all things. Oh, very well. Let heresy all things.
Okay, study incantations. Now I got Blessing's Boon, Lightning Spear, Honed Bolt. This could be a little bit better for tracking, but Electrify Armament. That might be really good. Black Flame Blade. This might also be really good. Basically, all of the incantations are pretty solid. I'm actually going to get Black Flame Blade because I know there's functionally nothing in the game that, like, resists it. Black Flame Blade has just always been powerful and always will be. Best damage from Faith in the game? Yeah, it's kind of funny that, like, it's the edgy version of stuff and it just ends up objectively being the best. Atone! I don't need absolution. I've literally pissed off no one, chat. Only church in the game you don't get to, like, eat at, really. At least that's an established church, right? Several other churches are there, but they're, like, ruined and you don't get anything from them. Let me see here. So I got Flame of Frenzy. I've got Frenzied Burst. Got Whirl O' Flame. Flame Cleanse Me, which as we said is pretty nice. Okay, I actually do have enough faith for this. Oh yeah, some of these I need Arcane for. Blood Flame. Ooh, I actually don't remember the difference between Blood Flame and like some of the others. Percentage damage is always good? Yeah. Huh? Wait, why can I not? Do I not have enough FP? Does this spell cost an absurd amount? 78? Oh, it says it's only 15. It's the weapon? Oh, is it because it's somber? Can you not do somber weapons with it? It has an inherent damage type on it? Yeah. Of course, I can't put it on a fist weapon. I had to try, chat. Yeah, here we go. You can see. If I can find something to properly attack. So this is a non-upgraded weapon, right? So obviously take this with a grain of salt. But you can see as it just ticks away. This is the other sword, like my needle sword. This is Milady. It's the unaspected version. And it is definitely going to be another one that I level up. Because you can put an Ash of War on it. Be able to add it to that one, yeah. And the movesets are very similar, though they are slightly different. Milady's got a bit of a bigger sweeping attack, but it's less fast, which is wild because Milady is super fast. But Letta's sword is actually even faster from my initial testing with it, which is just kind of nuts. Yeah, actually, I have like no strength in this run, which is wild. I normally don't. Normally, I have like plenty of strength, and this is a non-issue. They could also add it to a rapier or a thrusting sword in that regard. Huh? Actually have enough for this? I guess if I two-hand it. How do you do, fellow America worshippers? How are you? Okay, it's not as strong as I initially thought. Ooh, I can put him in the ground. It's always nice to test some newer weapons. I had not used this yet at all. Unfortunately, the damage from that's pretty weak. Oh my god, this thing takes 35 dex. Oh, you can throw it. Huh, but you can still do a jumping attack with it. That is actually odd. You can throw it on Torrent as well? That's kind of nuts. What the fuck? Oh my god, it leaves like fire explosions. These poor creatures. It's like I'm hunting with dynamite. Have you tried the weapon art? I can't use it yet because I don't have the stats for it. And I can't really farm until I get a Golden Order Greatsword, which I might just go in my other playthrough and kill Elden Beast just so I have it. But I just wanted to see. Full Blade of the Blood. Huh. I wonder if that launches enemies. That DLC weapon? Yeah, there's a shit ton of new DLC weapons. Hi, you guys. These are like the perfect candidates for testing shit. Laws of the night. Wait, did that throw? Hold up, did that throw? That's amazing. That's amazing for a fist weapon. So you just have a ranged attack. I'm sure it's not going to hit very hard, but that's pretty cool. Hey, Ivy, Caldeagers, thank you guys for the raids. How's it going? Did you bring the bear claw one? I did. I have the right to bear claws. But how's it going, everybody? Thank you guys for the raid. And if you guys have not checked out Khadroth and his director Ivy, make sure you guys go do so. They're good friends of the stream. Oh god. Oh god. How am I not dead? What? Somehow I'm not dead. Oh god, he's chasing me. They're after my bear arms. Are we having a fantastic time? I am. We are literally just enjoying some Elden Ring here. I started a new playthrough and we are basically testing out some of the DLC weapons here right now. Oh yeah, the Great Sword of Damnation. I wonder how this works. Come here, you guys. The ladies love her cat's bare arms. You have 1 HP. It's not the first time it's happened. That is an interesting weapon art. Oh, that's nice. That's the R2. Okay, the R2's not great. It's actually a pretty nice sword. I like how you go like Batman and you're like up in here and you're like, caw-caw! You just like come down off top of them. Second activation? Let me see. I'll have to like reset because my FP's at nothing. But this is definitely an interesting one. There is, okay. Wiggity swooty. Wait, I realized that I can farm 200 souls every time I reset. Hey, that's pretty nice. That's like Vlad the Impaler. Like we literally just get golden spikes to pop out of the ground. Chat, you'll like these if you haven't seen them yet. This is Rilana's twin blades. If you've fought Rilana, they're definitely nasty. But basically, they're an actual dual-bladed weapon. And they are very fun to use. Is that the Frenzy Flame boss drop? Yes, it is. That's what that great sword was. And that's not even me using the weapon art. I don't even think I can use the weapon art. Can I? Oh, you like do pirouettes there. Yes, quite literally Peepo Saber. These are my weapons of choice in the DLC. Yeah, I don't blame you. They're definitely very strong. They have very good, like, forward movement. The only problem is, like, that, like, time, it might not be fast enough for a quick strike. Like, it may leave you open if you don't anticipate it. But you could go, like, hey, you know what? I'm going to preemptively know that the boss might try to hit me. I'm going to stand further outside the range so that the first hit misses. and then poke them with the longer stab. So you can use that either way. Yeah, I wouldn't mind using these, but it would require me to get some int. And it's definitely... I assume it scales better with int along the way. And then there's these, chat. These are disgusting, is the best way to say it. Unfortunately, I can't use the weapon art because I lack the int for it again. I'm also heavy as dicks when I hold it. Int and face scaling is the same, I think. Good. Oh, I didn't mean to pass time. Oh, well. Oopsie, tee. But yeah, we've been using Letta's sword. Like I said, it is very versatile even on its own. Its attacks are very quick. So this move, you might think, oh, that looks like a quick strike. That's actually the heavy attack. And you can charge it up and get quite a bit of actual stagger out of it. See? He managed to shove me off, but it didn't matter. Off with his head. Go. Down he goes. And of course another one shows up. Because we can't not have another one show up. The weapon arts of Radon's weapons are gigafun. Yeah, they're pretty nutty. Which, speaking of chat, I don't think I gave anything up that my main account actually, or my main build actually needed. Oh, I didn't mean to return to desktop. But it'd be what it be. Actually, oh my god, I didn't even realize how late it was, chat. So that's the problem. When I have fun testing things, we end up going over stream time. Don't forget, chat, I'm not going to be around tomorrow. I'm going to be taking the day off for July 4th. I hope you guys enjoy. Hope you guys have a fun day yourself. And even for those of you guys that are maybe not American, maybe take the day off yourselves, enjoy, or again, find someone like Chaldea Gurus maybe to watch. And let me go ahead and see who else is on. I'll send you guys over to... Oh, I see Mr. Sideswipe actually is on. So we're going to go give him a raid. But again, thank you guys for the raids. I appreciate it. And I will be back Friday. Again, I do have both Thursday and Friday off, but Thursday I'll be spending it with family, so not necessarily going to be around for that. So, but again, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for all the support. You guys know the drill. If you guys haven't already, check me out on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, obviously, for those of you guys on YouTube, and Discord. Again, we're always welcome to have you. We love having new people join the Discord and actually get involved in the discussions there. So feel free to come in and hang out and just, you know, shoot the shit. Talk anime, talk music, talk FGO. So I will see you guys for the next one. Go give Side my love. Have a good one.